Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Welcome, 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 everybody, to Karen Read Day 20. So this was a wild day in court. Started off with some drama here regarding the jury, which we're going to get into. Welcome, James. Welcome, Bunny Murphy, as well. So this is from, what would it have been, Wednesday. So yeah. So here we go. What's going on with the jury.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar, please?
And as per usual, so then this is when she has to have the voir dire here.
So an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send you back.
Okay, so then they have to watch it. It does take like, I think, an hour and a half, something like that. And then she comes back on the record, and from all accounts, no jurors were lost. So whatever it was not that big of an issue. I did hear some rumblings about how they switched around where people were seated in the jury box, but you know, that could be maybe some jurors were chatting. You know, there had been previously, she'd given them an admonition to, you know, be extra, you know, pay attention, not just to pay attention, but not to be making any faces or snickering or whatever. So maybe there were some jurors that were getting especially friendly with each other. Who knows? But the point being that there wasn't any issues. No jurors got dismissed. So that's the good news there. So then they come back on the record.
I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. No comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Dr. Wolf, here we go.
Clerk, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Okay, so he is the neurosurgeon. And, you know, it was so interesting yesterday because it was like, were they going to call Judd Welcher? That was what I was hoping to see. And everything was very unexpected how this whole day wrapped up. But anyway, so they call Dr. Wolf, and then we'll hear back again from Christina Hanley. But though it was just the two witnesses, there's a lot of interesting things that came out through this testimony. So,
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Aizik, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
So now we all know how to say his first name, right? Because I think most people, including myself, have been thinking Aizik. Excellent. Now we know.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia, but I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day.
CourtTV spelled it wrong here. It might have been a typo. They left the A off.
At 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week.
Okay, so let me back this up because this is interesting.
active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me. And I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain.
That is insane, though. Look,
Working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me. And I have 4 on Friday.
And what
I can't even fathom that. 4 brain surgeries in a day and then another 4. I mean, wild, right?
type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
So I think that's terrible. Pause me.
I want
It's a little bit better. Yeah. So, I mean, very interesting, right? Because, and that makes sense. I mean, he's busy doing brain surgeries. And it's so funny because I saw this, I was watching this, most of it I saw live when it was happening. And like, my thought was, this is probably really an inconvenience for him, right? Because he's like, and that'll become even more clear where he seems like he just wants to get back to work. Like he just operates on brains, 1 million brains a day almost, right? But that also bodes well for his credibility for a juror, right? And the other thing is because he doesn't testify as an expert a whole lot, it also means that like he doesn't have as much experience testifying. And I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, but sometimes when you have these experts, especially when they're really, really, really qualified, they call them the hired guns, for example, right? It's like they are, they have done enough testifying to where they understand some of the strategy in terms of questions being asked, and they tend to try to sometimes outsmart the attorney for the opposing side, stuff like that. Or they know how to answer a question weaselly. You get that weaselry going on when they are but that's why I'm saying it's a good thing, because the fact that he doesn't testify very much and has probably testified only a handful of times, he is not in that category. He's just like a legit brain surgeon. So to me anyway, and I would imagine for the jury as well, his testimony is going to have a lot of credibility here, because he's not, again, it's like sometimes these people, they have whatever it is that their profession was, and then they stop doing that and then they become an expert. Now their job is being an expert. And that's just like, again, it just comes with a whole other set of things there as far as in my mind, the credibility, especially for those of us who follow trials and all that, we understand the difference that makes for expert witness testimony. So I find it a lot more credible when you're still practicing whatever the thing is that you're testifying about. Also, welcome Angel and the hot Dr. Wolf. Yeah, no worries. We will be seeing the hot Dr. Wolf soon, maybe next week, hopefully. So Angel saying her childhood's friend's father was a brain surgeon and a diagnosed psychopath. He was absolutely brilliant in his job. Interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating. Good that he, I guess, knows that about himself though, right? Because like the ones that tend to be more dangerous are the ones that like don't get diagnosed, I suppose. It's like if you're diagnosed and you accept that, it's like, yep, this is how I am, then I feel like that's a step in the right direction. Yeah, I wonder where Twiz is. Speaking of Twiz.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
There.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital?
No, Hank. It was the University of Minnesota in Zimbabwe.
That has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
So Angel's asking why Sue has T-Rex vision, because Sue, this was from the other day in a live stream where I was saying that I've never actually known a Sue in person, but then I was remembering how there's this really great documentary called Dinosaur 13, and it's about the this T-Rex that was found in South Dakota, and it was, I believe, the largest and most complete T-Rex skeleton ever found. Like to this day, that's still true. And anyway, it's an awesome documentary, and there's it's a really interesting whole story there. But anyway, the dinosaur's name is Sue. And also I love dinosaurs. So shout out to Sue.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you professional member?
Before he does that, James has a good point here. This all has really nothing to do with a dead brain, so I don't know what the hell's going on. And don't worry, the defense definitely, I think it's actually how they start cross-examination, right?
Member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes,
And is that brain-related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Angel.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you
I
just.
want you guys to notice how he's just literally answering the question. Yes. Now, what you get a lot of times with experts when they are so highly qualified is, for example, when he's like, were you the da-da-da whatever of journal articles? And then normally you'll get an answer like, yes, and da-da-da-da. And they really love to talk about themselves and all of their expertise and experience. And they are they add on, right? That's very normal for a lot of these experts. And, what I will just point out is he's just like, no nonsense. He's not trying to make himself seem a certain way. There's no narrative. He's literally just like, yes, 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 yes. So I really, really, really appreciate that he, again, he's very different from a lot of these experts that we see, especially when these experts are like really, really, really qualified. I love his demeanor, and I love he just answers the question. And there's no narrative or any of that nonsense.
It's about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, intracranial pressure in non-traumatic ischemia and hypoxic cerebral insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, post-traumatic cerebral infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that paper.
Here comes the climax.
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the
And again, he didn't correct him until he asked. And it was really funny because Hank pronounces so many things incorrectly. So what is the actual title? What do you mean, like profession? Neurosurgeon is his profession. So it would be Dr. Wolf, and then I'm sure there's a bunch of letters on there at the end. I don't know all. They have like all the different letters at the end. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's a neurosurgeon. So
presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
And I bet his lectures are extremely short and to the point, or not, maybe not short, but just literally to the point, right? Without any fluff. Love it.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
over your career and your
Oh,
study
I love
and
him.
your clinical experience, have
I
you
adore
treated
him.
different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Y'all,
you share-
y'all who haven't seen this, you guys will like him even more. I mean, I think he's amazing, but like, there's something, I'm not going to spoil it, but I'll just say that on cross exam, you guys will hear something that you're gonna be like, holy crap, this dude's the best.
That's some of the materials that you reviewed.
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of
Pinky was
items
up.
of information in this case.
Pinky was up that time.
Neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of
Yeah, I
items of
figured
information in this
that
case.
makes sense.
Did you have an opportunity to review photographs
Mhm.
of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay. That's still very, he never once looked at John when he was alive, so I don't get what this is all about. Just keep listening because we're going to find out exactly what he can potentially offer based on his experience and expertise. Again, I love it. He doesn't get out over his skis, as they would say in the low country of South Carolina. He literally is like, this is what I know about brains, and it's up to, the jury, right, to determine how relevant it is. But he's clearly very knowledgeable. That's not in question, right? It's just going to be, well, his testimony is very interesting, and there's a lot that he says that is really good for the defense. So.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is
basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your
No, basil's a nice herb. Just kidding.
skull.
It's basal. It should be spelled B-A-S-A-L, but of course, closed captioning doesn't know what it's doing.
What it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different
James, you're getting
skull areas that talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. the skull hits the ground, it gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space.
Oh.
The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area.
Yeah, so FOFA, I think that's, if they were going to change your username to contra coup, love it. That's hilarious.
These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Oh, this is a really good part.
Yes, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection. So no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. Begin request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
He was smiling at the jury. I think it's a pretty quick sidebar here.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. Yeah. You can see it if patients fall on the forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of
He's like, that's a dumb question.
injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody
What he's saying is basically he sees this injury and he's like, this is an injury from like falling and hitting your head, right? And I think part of that, and he's going to talk more about it, is because the fall part being that it's the gravity or whatever he was discussing, and again he's going to talk more about that. But I mean, that the huge thing there, right? Because basically it doesn't matter. It could have been caused from anything. Like, in other words, again, where's the car? The car doesn't have to be involved at all. Like, and he even says from being drunk, somebody being drunk and they fall backwards. But whether it's you pass out and fall backwards, or for any number of reasons people can fall, right? We all know that. If you fall backwards and you hit your head on the back of the head, you can have the same type of injury. So in other words, it's like the ground is to blame, right? They should have brought charges against the ground. You know what I mean? It's like, in other words, this whole thing, John O'Keefe's death could have happened without interference from any person, be it Karen Reed, be it the McAlberts. You see what I mean? So that's great testimony for the defense.
somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
Let me back that up so we can hear that question. I mean, there it is. I don't know why Hank reiterates that, because that's a great point for the defense, right?
Looking at head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple of detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup contre coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup contre coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup contre coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So,
all right, James, here's to your point. I think this is kind of what you were wondering about, is could it have been from something else apart from falling, right? So this is how he's able, this is actually really important, okay? This is what he's about to explain here is why, from looking at this head injury, that it had to have been from falling and hitting the ground versus being hit with a weapon, okay?
Could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup contre coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup contre coup process happens with the skull fracture, does
because he had coup contre coup but with no skull fracture.
anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
So James is asking, did he look at John or just pictures? Just pictures. Of course, he wasn't, they just had, he wasn't here for trial number 1, right? He was hired by the Commonwealth this time around, but that's not unusual. The only people who are going to be able to actually look at the body are going to be whoever's doing the autopsy. So the ME. After that, whatever the wishes are from the family, whether it's the body's going to be cremated or it's going to be buried or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like they're not going to, that's it, right? So once the autopsy is done, but just to put it into perspective, again, this is, you're in any trial, you're going to have more people who looked at pictures taken from the autopsy than people who looked at the body, because there's only going to be one person, unless they, one person that will testify, as in the ME or the whichever it is, the forensic pathologist that did the autopsy. That person will testify, and they actually looked at the body. But then think about all the other experts that you're going to have come in, or other, medical professionals, what have you, that looked at the pictures, right? A great example, Dr. Russell, right? Dr. Russell looked at pictures, not, she's focused more on the arm, I suppose, but but just as an example, that is completely normal. It wouldn't be possible, is my point, for different experts in any trial to have all looked at the body, because the body's not just preserved indefinitely, right? So yeah.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those
and again, so he also, of course, reviewed the autopsy findings and all the other findings from the people who did examine the body, and then the pictures from the autopsy.
fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa, where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Funny how he says raccoon's eyes. So yeah, more likely than not. That doesn't bother me. Because again, he doesn't get out over his skis. When it comes to science, medicine, really anything, no one can ever say anything is definitive, right? Like in life or in trial or whatever, right? Nothing's ever 100%. So the more likely than not is, I think, again, it's not exaggerating, right? You'll have some experts, for example, take the Murdoch trial, where you had Mike Sutton, the inventor of the 2 5'2" ninjas, say that absolutely impossible that it could have been Alex Murdoch. Getting out over, you can't say that. Like you can't say 100% definitely right? It's not. If you ever hear an opinion like that, you should look at give them the side eye, right? Because yeah. So
do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain.
Now that I never knew. I never knew this. I was like, wow, really? You can put your finger through the brain? That's wild. And I don't remember ABC's what he was saying when I don't remember which thing he was, because that was from a couple minutes ago. So I don't know. But whatever that opinion was, he can't say. It's for the jury to determine, right? Anyway, so no expert should be invading the province of the jury like the way Mike Sutton did in the Murdoch trial by being like, definitely anything, right?
We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
Okay, well, there he says absolutely not. But I guess I take it back. I mean, that is a definitive answer. So
In your study of the records and photographs,
Thank you.
and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately
now,
unconscious after the
having said that, I will say he didn't say, the question was phrased, could it have cause, as in general, like in terms of like in medicine, but so in other words, it wasn't like making an opinion. That's definitely not what happened in this specific case. In other words, to say like, could this have caused this based on just what you know of brains? And it's like, so it's a little bit different, but still that was a definitive opinion.
impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injury.
Now, this part is the reason Hank is asking this question is because the defense expert from the first trial, which I don't remember if they still are using that same guy or not, but he gave the opinion in the first trial that he would have been rendered unconscious immediately. And that's actually really important, right? Because we've all, and honestly, it seems like when they brought it seems like the Commonwealth didn't disagree with that really in the first trial, that he would have been unconscious immediately. And so this really matters because it's sort of like, what do you if he could have lived longer or even moved around longer, in terms of where did he get, I don't know. It's just that you guys know all this case, there's a lot of implications there that changes our understanding of things. Now, of course, there weren't any pictures taken of where exactly he was lying, and there were no measurements taken. So it's all just a general idea of where he was found, right? But it's like, okay, if he fell and hit his head somewhere else, and then did he stumble over to that location? I mean, again, if he could have been ambulatory, but so we'll see what he says here.
A person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but
Right, exactly.
his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
Okay.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities.
Okay.
The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical.
What this really is kind of going to, it sounds like, again, being ambulatory, for example, like he would have been unable to basically move, even call for help, right? But he would have still been alive and conscious, I guess, potentially.
Function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it.
We're getting a whole lesson here. I freaking love this, man. I completely was like, caveman, wow.
Meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
Yes, I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull, and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately.
Wow.
If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop, decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling, and ultimately death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
So he did. So, but again, character, he dead as in you're, heart, you have no, you're medically dead or whatever. So it sounds like so far he still has the same opinion as the defense dude, in the sense that he would have been incapacitated, right? As soon as the head injury, would have been incapacitated. He would have been unable to move, but he still would have been technically conscious for some period of time and is technically alive for a period of time. So, and definitely agree with that, right? Yeah, if somebody had seen him, you would have thought he was dead for sure. If you didn't come over and maybe if you stumbled across him early on, you might maybe could take a pulse, and maybe there would still be a pulse, depending on. But yeah, for sure, you would think he was dead. And the other thing, as far as the blood, right? The lack of blood on the lawn or whatever, I think that the thing is that that's not come up yet in this trial, and it did not come up in the first trial. It was never discussed. It was never an issue at all, like from either side of like, can you explain where all the blood would be? That just never came up. So that would make me think that it's a non-issue, right? Like that's not, and potentially it could be, I don't know, like because it was only a light dusting, right? Maybe when this happened, I guess even if you're going with like with the Commonwealth's timeline, which their timeline's a mess, but anyway, let's just say it was around 12:30 or, early on in the evening before, because the heavy snow didn't really pick up until like 5 a.m. or something. So if there's a light dusting, you just think about if you bleed, right, the ground would, absorb that. Like if you imagine there's a ton of snow, then yeah, blood, you would see it because it's, the red on the white. But, and I guess they did have the solo cups with some blood, but anyway, I don't know. But the point being that for some, whatever reason, both sides haven't really, that's not come up. But the other thing that's interesting is, do you guys remember that Jen McCabe said that they found him face down? That didn't come out in the first trial. That came out in this trial, and they rolled him over. So this is where it gets interesting for me, and so he, let's say he falls and hits the back of his head on the ground. I don't know. I feel like the fire hydrant probably still can't be ruled out. I was always like, that fire hydrant looks so sus, right? But anyway, he falls and hits his head. Okay. It's the back of his head, right? So he's laying on his back, right? So are we supposed to believe that in his last, I mean, again, he wouldn't have been able to, in other words, it doesn't sound like he would have been able to roll himself over, right? According to Dr. Wolf, he would not. I mean, that would, like, if he couldn't even call for help, or even dial 911 from his phone or do anything, right? So how did he end up face down?
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
That's true.
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please?
So, and the reason I'm mentioning is because that hasn't been brought up again since, but I don't want to forget about it because that's a huge problem, right? Like, either she's lying about that. Again, she didn't testify to that in the first trial. She testified to, it'd be interesting to go back and hear what the question was when that came out from her. But yeah, she said she rolled him over, or they rolled him over. He was face down. And so, and in any of her, in all these different Karen interviews, she doesn't say that. So what is the dealio? But that, if in fact he was face down, that really makes a huge difference, because how the fuck did that happen? And is that going to, will we hear more about that? See.
Have Exhibit 14.
Just say it in the 911 call. Maybe?
Dr. Wolf,
Hold on, maybe. Oh my God, I've listened to it so many times. Now I'm trying to remember. We'll double check. I can find that because of my crazy specific timestamps. I'll be able to find that really easily here. And we'll double check. Because now that you say that, now I'm like we always want to be sure. So as we do, we're not going to just make assumptions. We'll double check. I'll find it.
Could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
Blood products.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. 1, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep the carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
All right, hang on. I got one answer for you guys so far. So this is Jen McCabe this time around. So this not first trial, but this trial. So check this one out, and then we'll go to check the 911. So listen to this.
I saw,
Dude.
Carrie
This is when they find John, or when find John in the snow.
removing the snow from John's face.
Okay. She saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face. So that would make it sound like he's on his back because there's snow on his face, right?
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
And this is before they called 911. So FOFA must have gone and checked. Thank you for that. 911 operator asked if he's face down. She's, oh, I'm flipped over. Okay. So what the fuck? This is, let me back this up. What the fuck?
Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned, and there he was.
Gross. Oh, how fake.
What did John
Pro
look
tip though, guys. God forbid any of you ever have to testify as a witness in a murder trial. I would not take notes from Dylan or from, that's my commentary from when this is happening, but let me see what else.
Was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
Oh, how fake. Wow.
What did you do?
So this sounds like she's describing him on his back, right?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact, and I knew. I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Well, he wasn't dead. He was still alive.
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car, and then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for.
And the thing is, though, is like this. They didn't. I don't know why on cross-exam she wasn't grilled about this. Like this was never, and it wasn't clarified on direct. Like in other words, this whole thing about she's testifying. This sound like the whole thing about flipping him over. No one ever and I will say too on cross. I do feel like, and I was really because we broke down this 911 call in depth and all the problems with it, and I was really hoping, AJ ends cross with the 911 call, and that was such a bombshell mic drop moment, right? The way that whole cross ended, but he really focused on with the 911 call, her saying she was doing everything to help, but she didn't go in the house, right? Like all the things she didn't do that wouldn't make sense. And how did she know that Nicole, why wasn't she concerned about them? Like the Alberts, right? Like all those things. So he brings up the 911 call in that context, but he didn't get into all of the problems with the 911 call in terms of what was said in the 911 call, right? Because that was never, so in other words, no one clarified that. She wasn't asked on direct. So in the 911 call, you said you flipped him over. Tell us about that. And on cross exam, we didn't hear. So you said, John, you flipped him over. So that means he was face down, and I'm giving those examples because it would have to be asked differently on direct than cross, right? So, and then a follow-up question on cross could have been, but ma'am, you just testified that you brushed the snow off his face, right? Or you saw Carrie brushing the snow off his face. So was he face down or was he not face down? That's me giving an example of what I wish we had heard. And I don't know why it didn't happen. Stupid. Okay, so I guess we don't need to actually pull up the actual 911 call, but honestly, I'm glad we listened to this part because this is her testifying that he was face up. Essentially, I mean, how many times just in this one little part did she say, you know, I saw his face, taking this off his face. I couldn't tell if, you know, it was him. I could see from his face that it was him, but Karen was moving over him and it looked like him, but dead, you know, whatever. She mentions the face so many times. So there's only one possibility there, and that's that he's face up. So, okay. So now we've closed the loop on that. We'll go back to the other testimony here.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, he had, I mean, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I'd ask you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
Okay, cross exam.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Here it comes. Woo!
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
By the way, for those of you guys who are members, we now have a Mr. Lessie custom emoji.
Good morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a
This
typical
part is so amazing.
day for you.
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make a cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have
Every day. He leaves work and makes a cappuccino for his wife at 6 a.m. and then goes back to work. Freaking amazing. And I have to imagine that whenever he took this job, right, this was just non-negotiable. That's what that is to me. That's a non-negotiable, right? Incredible.
stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make a cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients
Wow.
that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with
Funny.
strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that
Like my favorite part. He's like, you know, again, some people would love to go on and on and on about their life. He's not one of them. He's like, does that answer your question? He's like, he is not this dude does not waste time, right? And that makes sense because that's how he's able to do like 4+ brain surgeries in one day, right? Again, shows you just how important it is that he makes that cappuccino for his wife, which I love. But it's just like, I just love it. I love how just blunt and to the point and just such a realist, right?
I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
no, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist.
I love him. He's my favorite, dude. I love it.
Involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist.
I am, if you could have,
Like, this is a silly question. I never said I was. I'm not going to pretend. Like, literally, he's like, and again, because there's some experts who, even though they were not, like, let's just pretend there's a different expert here where they never were a forensic pathologist, but they were somebody who testifies as an expert a lot, and they're trying to do that thing where they try to outsmart the attorney on the other side. They might try to answer this question in a weaselly way, right? And some weaselry. Where even though they aren't a forensic pathologist, it's not what they're supposed to be. You know what I mean? They would try to get the upper hands. And he's like, look, I'll just stop you right there. I'm not a forensic pathologist. Nope. But he does say he knows a lot about brains.
Have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right.
Fuck yeah.
And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the deceit.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the deceit in this matter, sir. You test.
What's interesting is like gearing up for this cross, right? I think that, well, I don't know. What did you guys expect? I expected it to be a long cross. I mean, the direct wasn't very long, but like, you know, we've seen Alessi go hard with these experts, right? And it was a very surprisingly short cross. Like, I was surprised. I think a lot of people were surprised. Yeah, and I can see the ABC's doctor says he seems condescending. He's being the smartest guy in the room. I think part of the reason why I don't personally interpret it that way is because, again, in all these other areas where people are like have an ego, right? When they testify, we don't see any of that from him. Like, he doesn't, again, like when asked, did you write this thing? Yes. Like, he didn't, he could have easily tried to make himself like more whatever, or even, you know, some of these experts, they just like to hear themselves talk. He doesn't do any of that stuff. So for me, I guess that's part of why I don't interpret it as condescending. The vibe I get from him is he doesn't like his time being wasted, and he literally just wants to get back to doing brain surgeries. That's the vibe I get from him. And that's why he just, everything is straight and to the point. And I think that's why that question, he was like, you could have asked this in a much more direct way. Like, let's just get to the point. I never said, like, you know what I mean? He's very direct, very direct. That's his style. And I think he probably likes when people are direct with him as well.
Testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
So what he's focusing on, Mr. Alessi, is the injuries to the front of the face.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right
upper eyelid.
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolf,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you.
So I think what he's going to be getting at, right? So the way the question was asked to him on direct was like the injury to the back of the head. Could that have been caused by a weapon? Like if he was hit on the back of the head. I think what this is getting to is could he have been hit in the front of the head, right? And then subsequently, because of that, fallen and hit in the back of his head. In other words, both things could be true. Because if you guys will have noticed on direct, they didn't talk about any of the lacerations or anything like that on the front. They just talked about the injury to the back of the head, right? And hypothermia a little bit.
Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
And I think that is it. Powerful.
I have one more moment, Your Honor.
Pretty sure. So I, at the time, thought he was going to be asking more questions. What about you guys?
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so you can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sure he couldn't have been happier because that was a quick testimony for him. And now he can go back to doing his brains. You know, it's interesting. It was a very short cross, you know, hopefully the jury understood the point of those questions, like in the way that I was explaining initially, like how they're not suggesting the defense doesn't have to say he was hit in the back of that. The defense could be like, yeah, like the laceration is from blunt force trauma to the front of the face. How did that happen? Right. And then that could have caused him to fall backwards and hit the back of the head. Right. But having said all that, if the jury didn't quite make that connection, that might be that that at the very least can be argued in closing, right? But it also could be clarified whenever they have their expert, in their case, the defense case in chief, come in. So then, let's see here. Yeah,
Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And one exit counsel inside our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Who's that dude sitting next to John or what's his face? Paul O'Keefe.
All rise for the court, please.
Jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought, so we are ahead of schedule, so why don't we
Okay.
take that one?
A, that's what she said. B, this pissed me off.
Jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought, so we are ahead of schedule, so why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a
So she's making a comment on the length of the cross-examination, and also that she thinks that the jury should have an expectation on the length of cross-examination. Both of those are improper, in my opinion. I don't even know that anyone else got pissed off about that, but I'm pissed off about it. Why are you commenting on it? Why? Tell me why. Like literally just go for the break. Like you guys, why? This is not necessary, man. it's like almost signaling like it wasn't adequate in a way, right? Like, the jury can interpret that however they want, but to the extent that that they hadn't formed an opinion of what's the right length of time for anything, she's now acting like they should have formed that opinion.
So jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we had to take? So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your
Pisses me off, man. What are you talking about, Twiz? That I didn't say? Are you saying I didn't text you? You know, most people, they get notifications, right? Are you saying that you wanted me to text you? Is that what you're saying, Twiz? All right, so then they have their break. And then guess who's back?
Okay, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
And then I'll remind you, you're still under oath and keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your.
All right, so I'm bumping it up. We'll see. Last time we did 1.75 and it still felt grueling. We'll try 1.5.
Definitely.
I mean, this testimony's it does get more interesting than the first time.
First, starting with the item of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right.
I gave Mr. Jackson. Okay, thank you. Showing you a photograph. Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, public seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
Okay.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490.
Wally Bird is here. He's here.
Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup, item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
These are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
As far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman.
Make it bigger.
And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit.
Make it bigger.
And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Joe Flipperhead. What's Joe Flipperhead? But I'm curious, what was it that made you feel sorry for Wally? Could you tell us in the chat? Also, for those of you guys in the chat who saw the room, speaking to James, did you see any of it? Twiz did, though. I haven't mentioned I've got some clips here. I didn't want to forget about these because they're amazing. I've got some clips. If you guys haven't seen the movie, you're going to be like, what the heck is this? But these are audio clips from the movie, and they're just really funny. And some of these actually, I think there's times that come up in these different trials or hearings or whatever, where I'm like, oh my God, I need to quote the room, but like I don't have a clip ready. Like for example, I'll give you guys an example. We were talking the other day about AJ's beard, right? And we were comparing no beard versus the beard he has now. And, you know, I think somebody mentioned something about he had like a baby face without the beard. That would have been a great time for this one.
You look great. You look a baby face, huh?
Oh, hold on. Let me turn it up. I can't fucking hear it. Hold on. Let's do this better. Okay, let's try that again.
You look great. You look a baby face, huh?
Whenever we get fed up with the nonsense and the injustice or just whatever and anything, we get fed up. We got this.
I'm fed up with this world.
Pizza.
Do you want me to order a pizza?
Whatever. I don't care.
I already ordered a pizza.
Whenever there's been plenty of times where I wish I could have quoted this one about the psychologist.
I have my own problems.
Tell me about your problems, Johnny.
Peter, you always play psychologist with us.
Whenever there's it's like, oh, good thinking. Somebody makes a good comment. And I in my head, I always quote this automatically, but now we can all hear it together. This quote.
Invited all my friends. Good thinking.
This one I actually have brought up before about keeping your stupid comments in your pocket.
Leave your stupid comments in your pocket.
Whenever we say hi in the chat, I always automatically think of these.
Hi, babe. Oh, hi, Danny.
I've got more. That's just a taste. There's so many. Hi, Flash. Welcome. We can do waterfall. I guess now's as good a time as any. Okay, now's as good a time as any. We'll do the waterfall. We'll do a waterfall video break. I know James is going to be happy to see that too because he always asks for it. Okay. Canton time, Jackson United, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall, I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn. I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn. They'll crunch and act and meet. Friends will be resting, they have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, they've been at the party together about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall, I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn, goddamn. I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn. Do 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 do. I love how it zooms in on the fan at the end. When I made this music video, I planned all this in my head ahead of time before I made it. And like in my mind, I pictured the fan. I pictured exactly how it was going to go with the intro and the outro. And I had in my head, that's going to zoom in. It's like I had the whole thing pictured, and then it's like, anyway. So I can't wait. You guys, I've talked about the Wendy Adelson one is going to be so good, but I'm saving it for whenever she gets indicted. So the Wendy one's going to be great. Flash, had you not seen that before? That's my music video for this trial that I made last summer. So glad you guys like it. The Wendy one will be from the song. It's like a song from the 60s called Everyone Knows It's Wendy. And in the song, it's actually talking about like Wendy, like, I guess it's hold on. It's actually windy like the weather, WINDY. But like literally when they sing it, it sounds like they're saying Wendy. And so I always think of that with Wendy Adelson. Let me see. I have the lyrics saved somewhere. Yeah, everyone knows it's windy. It's from 1967. But that's going to be I'm going to do that song, and I'm going to do but it'll be for Wendy Adelson. It's going to be amazing. So, okay. You hadn't seen it? Oh, wow. Yeah. So there you go. It's, I'm shocked that you hadn't seen it, because I play it all the time, because exactly the reason on the screen. A lot of people request it as what just happened, and it is James's favorite song. So, okay, carrying on.
Ms. Hanley, as far as
Oh yeah, that's right. Now we're back to this.
comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. You just said what, if any, and with reference to. So where's his thing? Hold on. He just did two of his things. Okay, here we go. Let's hear that again with this on the screen.
The glass cup. Gentlemen, you can take that down. Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2.
Are you talking about this witness? Are you talking about this witness? Yeah, I don't know if she's ever been to a party.
The clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match, and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up.
All right, get more photos in. Notice
You'll notice,
remember when I commented on the Kleenex box when Shannon Burgess was testifying? You'll notice the Kleenex box is back where it usually is. But I thought it was funny because when Mr. Burgess was testifying, that Kleenex box was actually in the witness box and not in its normal spot.
Yes, I did, of items.
Great. Oh, thank you, ABP.
may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514.
And the whole thing too is the whole point of the song, right? Is everyone knows it's Wendy, so you guys can see where I'm going to go with that, right? Seeing as how I'm of the position, as are many of you guys who've been following the Adelsons, that she's the linchpin here, right? And she's going to be the last one that they take down. As I always say, oops, that one. They're coming for you, 5-0. They're coming for you. What are we at now? We're over 11 years. Over 11 years since the murder of Dan Markel, and who knows how much longer it's going to be. She's been roaming free. They're coming for you, 5-0. So the whole thing is going to be like, when I change the just like with the Waterfall song, right? The lyrics are going to be tailored to the in this particular case, it'll be Wendy Adelson, but whatever can stay the same so that it's definitely sounds like the song will be the song. So for example, like everyone knows it's Wendy is going to be exactly the same, but yeah. So, and I haven't written out the lyrics yet, but basically it's, you guys can see where I'm going with that, hopefully. So.
And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
That's right.
Sure. So this is
Yep.
a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison.
All right. ABCs. Where's Heather, by the way? Because right now we have to do it. The ABCs, thank you for that, though. Thank you for that. I never want to miss an opportunity for that one. Oh, my God.
I ate a lunch. Like I had a whole delicious lunch. My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening?
I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like I'm actually at 6:30. I was supposed to be at a party by now.
We
so
know.
detail,
Dude, I cannot with her. Oh, God. That in her hand looks weird. It does look kind of weird, doesn't it? It does look kind of weird. Maybe you need to brush your teeth, Flash.
Then of item 3-2.
Sorry,
and-
Bunny, that's the perfect word for her right there. She's insufferable. That's it. She's insufferable. That's
several
what it is.
pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with Mixed-Valier in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
You see it, look, Mixed-Valier. So Twiz had this whole thing about Mixed-Valier. Look.
Received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with Mixed-Valier in your unit
Even the CCs puts mix, but they put it MIX.
prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518.
Go to the dentist.
Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Here we go with the laser pointer.
Yes.
If you
Will
could,
batteries work?
preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Putting it together like a puzzle.
Now,
With the
the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Flash.
Photograph.
No.
Recognize that?
Go to the dentist.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
You know, I just wanted to point something out. I've noticed this before, this orange highlighter, and I've commented on it before. I want to point something out. I'll pause it. Okay. That orange highlighter is always in the same place, and it's always upright like that. And I've commented on it before because I was like, oh, a nice orange highlighter because I love orange and I love highlighters too. And I thought to myself the other time, why is it standing up like that? I mean, you know, and now I realize exactly why, because the fact that it's also exactly in the same place, also upright, means that was done intentionally. And I just figured it out. Because if it was laying down, it probably would roll off the table or just roll around and be rolly aroundy. And it's so it doesn't roll around, I think.
Photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeking to introduce the minutes in next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
198.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those, item 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeking to introduce the minutes in next exhibit.
So
All right.
Justice hasn't seen this yet, I don't think, but trust me, there's something that comes out on cross that that didn't come out last year, and it's pretty amazing. It's like literally a killer moment, and it's just how the day ends with like a huge bombshell. I'm telling you. So while this all seemed really pointless last year and feels long and arduous and is long and arduous, what I will say is this, is that there's actually a point to it this time, but the point works in favor of the defense, just like everything in this case. Oh, you're scared of the dentist. You know, that's a thing. People are scared of the dentist. I love going to the dentist. I love that. I just, I'm really into like, okay, I love brushing and flossing my teeth. I'm really huge on that. I love going to the dentist. I don't know. I'm a weirdo though. So there was something else I was going to say, but now I don't remember. Yeah. What is this? Is the video? I can't watch the video, obviously on the live stream, but is he smoking a cigarette in the video or whatever? It's fine.
199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match. Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2.
Now, don't worry. This again is useless at this juncture, like it was last trial. But don't worry, because we're going to get the chalk eventually, and then this will all have purpose.
I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
You're going to want to see what comes out on cross. Trust me on that.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12 and 7-14.
Now, as far as the two pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those two lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes,
And which were they?
they were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same two pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the two pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Yes,
Did you
sorry,
also-
that's true. Bunny says we could all say we're something supposed to be true. Absolutely. And there's been times where shout out to Black Witter, because I remember specifically with her one time when like she was like, okay, I'm gonna go get in the shower. I'm taking you with me, because I guess she had, you know, if you have a waterproof phone, or I don't know, but she was like bringing her phone so she could. She's like, I'm getting in the shower. I'm taking you with me. And then we joked, we were like, we're all taking a shower with Black Witter. Shout out to Black Witter. We love her.
So do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper.
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
All right, I'm bumping her up. We tried. We're going to bump her up.
The instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. And so after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
Literally,
And
this
so when you
call
say
is completely useless till the talk comes in.
that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis with glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look
So
at?
I want to just highlight real quick.
So
it's going to matter here shortly. Pretty quick, actually. So I think we go to lunch. Yeah, we're going to get to cross really soon. So it's going to matter. So remember, there's two things she's matching or checking for match, right? There's one is the physical, like the chemical makeup of the glass to see if it has the same chemical makeup. The other thing is the physical fit, like do the pieces fit together? So it's two different things. That's going to be important.
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
You have another
That
single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Definitely true. Oh my God, that is definitely. They're just kidding. And that is definitely true about the dentist, right? The longer you wait, the more it costs. I love going to the dentist. I wish I could go tomorrow.
9394.
It's so weird.
And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with a pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red.
Oh my gosh, we already need a break from her again. Okay. So ABC's is saying, what kind of glass did John leave the bar with? So you can't see it very well because the footage is crap and pretty much useless. but the glass from what you can tell, it looks consistent with the same type of glass. We see him with the glass, right? And and from the bottom of it, the broken part that we did see in evidence, it definitely is a rocks glass, right? The way it has a thick bottom. So, I mean, that's the best I can say as to like for sure what glass he had, but I think it is the glass he had, right?
That I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
This better still be awake. We're going to get across soon. I think they're almost
Now,
done.
the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange t-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
As well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
Or if you're Trooper Paul, brie.
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than a 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than a 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest, for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to give a series of 5 photographs. You can do those in a couple of minutes.
Those are the photographs that.
Hey.
And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you can enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
So the piece of plastic in the clothing.
I mean, you can take that down. The taillight housing plastic to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe. What types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe to the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like, what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microscope?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of, starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the...
That's important. Let me hear that again.
To the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
So like another taillight?
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, I thought I just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass.
Who's falling in love?
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Allen?
Finally, up to court, I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes.
So who's falling in love now? So they go to lunch. Okay. So they go to lunch. They come back. We're almost across. Let's go.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, we were discussing the
Wait,
comparative
Lolly?
analysis you did between item 7-18.18,
You're saying Lolly and this girl?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those a couple of minutes. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, I'll move to introduce the next exhibit.
Right. You want them marked individually or you did a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
It's 202, 203, and 204. Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, The clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
One other Taillight.
May I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic, what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now.
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
The top,
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and sample that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of the samples, dyes, or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, John.
Okay. Yay! Cross. Ready?
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There's no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
This is her.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you?
Check
Are
your
your notes
notes.
in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Her whole thing here is it glass, is it plastic, and what? I mean, crazy, right?
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. We were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything. You suggested that, right?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories. Okay. Linear categories.
Awesome.
Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, 7-14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered by.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, in normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were getting, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second. But fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
There should be two photographs of the exact same.
I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Just gonna set this aside for a second. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12, once again, included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One
Oh,
under the red tape.
yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label.
Wow.
Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Yeah, this is where she starts to get real weaselly here. And it's weird, right? Because we've seen her testify last trial and this trial, and it's all, you know, something's going on here.
Easier. So you can cut that from back.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Kane, I'm so glad you're here because guess what? We finally have the custom emoji of you, which you requested. You requested a specific picture. If any member in the chat wants to put that in there so Kane can see it, because there you go. Wrong cross of Christina Hanley.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis.
I think they just said Buchanan.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're
Buchanan. Now remember, of course, we know that Proctor filled some of this out, right? Like on the envelope and put Buchanan when it was really him.
clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah. Yeah. Yes, yeah.
That's all I need.
Do you see it?
Take a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. Finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Villier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So
glad you like it.
The four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing.
Yes.
3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Jackson.
Yeah. Yes. No, I just,
Wow.
I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
The numbers are
Continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Sure. Any way that you wish.
You.
I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with court permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You got a copy of this? Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Shot last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the
Approaching.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Chalk with you for a moment.
Yay, the chalk.
Do you recognize something on the left? Looking at the first category. Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with,
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
it's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chart?
I do see A, B, C, D, E, categorized. Yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12.
Here we go.
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14.
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chart?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
So A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is in Echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct?
She didn't make the
If you
chart.
need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment
Here we
that the court
go.
indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in. 205.
205?
Here we go.
Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Take one over.
One more time. I think everyone's meowing your thumbnail, Kane. Here we go.
Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Good.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so 3-2, I'm gonna go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2.
Hi, Annie.
Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Uh-huh.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however.
Which is wild, right? So some of the glass that was found or recovered by Buchanan didn't match the cup. Wild.
There was one thing, item E,
It
that did match something
Look.
in this series of categories. Is that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? It was consistent with what?
So item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing to be analyzed coming from that bumper matched. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison. There was no physical match comparison to the cup.
So this is wild, right? So the glass that was recovered by Proctor on, they're on that's not the date, obviously, but labeled 740. The glass that was recovered by Proctor didn't match the actual cup, right? Which is what the glass was supposed to be from. And then the glass on the bumper, none of it matched the cup, but there was one piece of glass on the bumper that matched also the glass recovered by Proctor, but none of those matched the cup. Wild. Wow. We didn't get that last year.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Wow.
Mr. Wiley?
So it begs the question then becomes, right? So how did the glass get there on the bumper? It's not from the actual glass. Like, how did it get there? And I have to wonder if Trooper Proctor, his thought was like, you know how there was this whole thing and it was not made clear in the first trial, but it's been made clear this trial, the whole thing about did the taillight contain or have it any glass parts? Like, for example, the light bulb, right? Because one would probably think that a taillight has glass in it, right? Because it kind of looks like glass. One might think that. And maybe there used to be taillights with glass. My understanding is like they've changed the what the lights are made out of, and that there's not actually glass light bulbs anymore. I have to wonder if Trooper Proctor, being an idiot, thought that there was glass in the taillight or in a taillight, and that by potentially putting glass on that bumper, right, his goal was to, again, connecting it to Karen and trying to make it seem like it was from because that was what they said, right? Like initially they thought that it was this was actually, we heard this in the first trial too, like that when they were first recovering it, they thought it was going to be glass. They thought it was glass and they thought it was from the taillight. But so you see what I'm saying? So him putting the glass there, it would have been, so that people could reasonably, which they did, think it was glass from the taillight being broken. But the taillight doesn't have any glass. Yeah, dumbass is right. I think you're right about that, Annie.
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asking questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Wiley, before you move on.
Now, as far as
My friends too.
the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3- through?
I will say also, to the extent that Proctor placed it there trying to make it seem like it was glass from the taillight, it was either that or he was hoping to try to make it seem like it was glass from the glass. And it was neither.
3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the limb system when it's submitted to the lab.
And the other thing too is there's literally no explanation for that being there. Like, this is the thing. This is when it gets to, like, sometimes when you see some of this stuff, it's like the only explanation goes to the third party culprit, because there's no explanation for how those pieces got there. Literally. I mean, there's the first thing of how would they stay on during the blizzard, just like the hair, right? That's the first thing. But nevertheless, we know there's no explanation for how that glass could have gotten on that bumper apart from somebody putting it there. So and they've done a really good job of establishing that. Like, to me, establishing that really clearly in this, like the way they just did, which wasn't done in the first trial, is to me so much stronger evidence of like third party culprit versus like talking about all the family connections and, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what I mean is, instead of like they wanted to be able to get more into the McAlberts and all the connections and naming all the people and calling Albert and all that. To me, that right there with the glass on the bumper is potentially the strongest. Like, here it is. There's no way to explain this apart from like somebody putting it there. That to me is like the strongest implication of third party. And I'm just, it's like, you don't even need all the other stuff, right? You don't even need to get into the gifts and the presents and the connections and all that other stuff that they weren't allowed to get into. That type of thing would have just watered down the significance of something like this, which isn't subjective. And it's not, it's just definitive, right? So simple. Exactly. Yep.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Right, Kelly?
Yes.
Welcome back, Kelly.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper can be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup. Correct?
Sustained.
But
She's
one
about to say
piece of
correct.
glass that did match something came from the same source. It was consistent coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Feel free to stand up and stretch.
So this was early in the day, our call. And because I remember thinking I was like, are they going to call Judd Welcher? Like, it's early in the day still at this point.
When we're at sidebar, but all right. So jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I
How
can
does she know that though? Ugh.
tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now.
Again, that's her doing that thing where she's like who knows? Maybe they don't really, they just, to them it might just be normal. Sidebars are normal, right? It's not a bad thing, but she's like implying that it's a bad thing.
We're ahead of schedule, and they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
Here's the thing. She has made such a stink about the defense with their sidebars this whole trial, right? And wasting time, wasting the jury's time, or even an argument, right? Like when, make it quick. You've got 1 minute, da-da-da. We don't want to waste the jury's time, da-da-da, right? And, but when the Commonwealth doesn't want to call a witness, even though there was what, like an hour, 2 hours left in the day. In other courts, they would have been like, call a witness. Like, it's one thing if there's just 10 minutes left. However, compare this to Hippler, right? In the Koberger hearing, he said point blank, like, if it's 10 minutes, 20 minutes left in the day, I want a witness. You're not going to say, oh, let's end early. Now, here there was like an hour or 2 hours left in the day. And she's like, we're going to end early and you have the next day off. But here's the thing. She's like, we're so ahead of schedule. It's so ahead of schedule that you're going to end like an hour too early and then skip the half day. So it's like hours and hours and hours ahead, basically, of schedule. But yet, every time the defense wants to approach, it's like the end of the world and they're wasting time. And it's just so hypocritical. You can't both be ahead of schedule and also behind schedule at the same time. But my point is, when it's the defense that is asking to do something like approach or, actually have a full argument on things or whatever the case may be, it's always time's of the essence. You don't have time. We're behind. But when the Commonwealth doesn't want to call a witness, when there was like ample time left in the day, and I guess they didn't. I mean, in other words, they may or may not be ahead of schedule. My thought is that this is accommodating the Commonwealth. The decision to end early and not have the half day is accommodating the Commonwealth for reasons we don't know because they were a sidebar. Like ahead of schedule or not ahead of schedule, this is accommodating the Commonwealth because if you're ahead of schedule, you still call the next witness, right? Like, fine. If we can like, in other words, that's fine. Like if the case ends, if the trial ends quicker than the estimation, that's fine. That's not a problem, right? It's like being ahead of schedule is not a reason to just then say, well, we're just going to take all this time off because, and then be on schedule. And then that way, when we return next week, now we're back to the defense is wasting time and da. You know what I mean? Like, let's call the next witness and stay ahead of schedule. It just, I could go on. There's so many reasons why this bugs me.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I mean, mark my words, she's going to be complaining about the schedule. When they come back on Tuesday, she's going to be complaining about wasting time, and she's going to be complaining about the schedule. She should have made the Commonwealth call of their next witness. This is insanity. But I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else. Let's double check and see. Yep, no, that's it. So, and again, I think it's because they don't want just Judd Welcher's testimony to be split up by the break. That's my thought, right? Which that's not fine, but to accommodate that for the Commonwealth by saying, well, we're just gonna like skip, what was it, for a half day, 4 hours of court, and then it would have been another 1 or 2 hours from yesterday. Like, wait, fine, we'll just waste the 6 hours or what have you, so that you can call your witness on Tuesday and then not break up his testimony. Unheard of. Absolutely crazy to me. They could at least have finished with direct in that time, right? And then started cross on Tuesday. It's just ridiculous. So, yeah. But there are some other things here that we might take a look at. Boop, 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 boop. Let me see here. And she's going to be complaining again next week. That's the thing, right? She's going to be back to complaining. And you know what? She only has herself to blame for being like, let's just skip these 6 hours of trial that we could have had. It's just ridiculous. So we have some more CourtTV videos here. I don't know if you guys are interested at all. Sometimes there's some interesting exhibits or helpful exhibits that they're not exhibits, helpful, graphics that they have in some of these. But we've got a couple options here if you guys want to watch. I haven't watched these yet. I just have these on my list. So we've got when was Karen Reed's Lexus SUV trigger event. We've got digital evidence video on that one, and then we have a Vinny Live of should Karen Reed testify. Shelly, I don't even know that I've seen you in the chat before, but welcome. And she also gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. And also, if I didn't say hi, welcome, Miss Mojo. I did see that you popped in, and I think I was ranting about Bev. So welcome as well. And glad to see you here, Shelly. And welcome also, Charlie Lynn. Happy to see you again. Saying her behavior is constantly prejudicing the jury. She's also calling Commonwealth, yep, and doing everything to cut the defense down, yep. She made 200 sidebars necessary and is constantly 100%, yep. Did I call you something else? Did I call you something else? I meant to say Miss Mojo. If I said something else, I meant to say Miss Mojo. But also hi to Shelly. Oh, you're saying you're the same person. I see. I gotcha. You're the same person. That's what I'm taking away from that. Okay, cool. Well, awesome. Thank you for gifting some memberships there. So, but do you guys want to watch any of those videos? I'll name them again here. So we've got when was the Lexus SUV trigger event, the digital evidence, and then should Karen testify? I see. Okay, awesome. Cool. Same one and the same. Wonderful. Now we know. Knowing is half the battle. So congrats to those who got gifted a membership. And if you did get gifted, y'all should know, hopefully, but just in case, we've got the custom emoji you guys can use right away with all kinds of fun things there. So the other option that we could do is we could just redirect into the next installment of our revisiting the Murdaugh trial testimony. And where we left off is in closing arguments. We were like halfway through the defense closing. So what we would do, if you guys would rather redirect into that, we can do, it would be the rest of the defense closing and then the state's rebuttal close, which is with Mr. Metters. And then we would also probably be able to go and do the verdict and sentencing because those are real fast. So y'all let me know what you would rather do if you want to watch some of these CourtTV things on here, or just Karen Reed related, right? Or redirect into the next Murdaugh episode. Let me know. That's funny. And once we finish with the closing arguments and whatnot, the next Murdaugh installment will be, we're going to go back and rewatch the evidentiary hearing, because that day was crazy, and that's all related to the Miss Becky thing. But that day was insane. And so we're going to watch that. And I haven't watched it in a long time, probably since it happened. But anyway, we're going to do that after we finish with all the trial stuff. So, does anybody have any thoughts? Well, while you guys are deciding or weighing in, I'll just click on we'll just go with one of these in the meantime. Okay, here we go. So let's see.
Like I said off the top, this case, there are a lot of eyewitnesses, especially when you take when everything goes to 34 Fairview, which is where John O'Keefe is found. That night when he and Karen Reed pulled up in the SUV, a bunch of people saw a bunch of things, but no one saw the alleged murder. Take a listen to Jen McCabe testifying about what she saw and what she did.
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
You mentioned you had.
We don't even know. I mean, just to read it. We don't even know that was. I mean, dude, the Ford Edge of it all.
Had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here.
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
Here question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
She saw the car. She's communicating with John O'Keefe. She spoke to him on the phone at one point. She's sending text messages, but she doesn't see what happens next. So she can't testify about that, which would be perhaps some of the most important testimony in this case.
I want to reiterate too, that let's just say that Karen had never given, let's just say in an alternate situation, that Karen had never given any media interviews publicly or done anything publicly where she talked about the fact that she ever went to 34 Fairview that night, right? The defense could even make the argument that she was never there, because here's the thing. They got the Waze data from John's phone, but you could just as easily argue he got a ride from somebody else. But they can't put the SUV there because they don't have the, like, in other words, what you would normally have if you had all the data from the car is you would have the car's GPS, like they had in Murdoch, where you're putting the car there, or they would have Karen's phone data with GPS putting her there, but they have neither. So really the only things that's putting her there at all that night is her own voice, basically, right? Saying she dropped him off. And other than that, you have the Waze data. But again, that's just his phone. He could have been in any vehicle. That makes sense. So just wanted to point that out too.
And all of this brings us to our first question, which is such a crucial question for this jury, a crucial question for this case. Where did John O'Keefe go when he stepped out of Karen Reed's SUV? Gets out of the SUV. We know he gets out of the SUV, but where does he go? Where does he go? Joining us to help answer this question, John DePietro, host and creator of Road Patrol Live. And
one thing I will say too is it's really interesting that of all those different eyewitnesses, like the McAlberts, including the clip we just saw of Jen McCabe, and I pointed this out in the first trial as well. I was like, none of them are definitively saying it was Karen's Lexus. They say they can't see her. They don't see her. They don't see John. They just call it the dark SUV. Like, they're not even going so far as to say it was a black SUV. They call it the dark SUV. Think about the distancing of that, right? Like, when they could just as easily, those quote unquote eyewitnesses, McAlberts, they could just as easily have said, yeah, we knew it was Karen's SUV. And they're not, which is interesting, right? None of them are willing to go that far. It's a dark SUV and that's all they can say. Just wanted to reiterate. Now this dude, John DePietro, as we've been watching some of these CourtTV things together, I've been beginning to wonder if he's like okay, or if he needs to be like evaluated by like a professional. Oh, that's really Bunny saying, "Oh no, this guy." Yeah, I wonder if he's okay. And I don't know what he's going to say on this one, but I'm starting to wonder if I don't even know. Let's see.
Karen Reed supporter Kim Whalen, also known as Nurse Kim on YouTube and on TikTok. Great to have you both here. I want to do this. I want to play some expert testimony because I believe for the prosecution, at least, it's the expert.
You're probably talking about, are you talking about uncivil law, Kat? Because uncivil law had Vinny on, was it yesterday? And that was awesome. I watched it on replay. I love Vinny. Vinny is all right. I think she's who I was talking about, and who I think Bunny is referencing when she said, "Oh no, this guy," is the dude on the left, John DePietro. Vinny's great. We love Vinny. Vinny in these other ones that we've watched has challenged this dude politely, right? Yeah. The guy to the left. Yeah. Vinny has challenged him, like on the last live stream when we watched some of these, where he's like, hang on though, like you're not, like, yeah, he's challenged some of the claims that this dude makes or whatever. Pointed out the flaws in his logic and critical thinking or lack thereof.
To have to answer
For anyone who didn't see it, highly recommend the Vinny on uncivil law. It was awesome.
This question for the jury. Here's Ian Whiffen talking about this very issue, about where John O'Keefe goes after he gets out of the SUV on direct and on cross.
Where this car stops, or this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
The larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
The phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there's some conflict here with the circles, right? Small circles on direct, putting him near that flagpole. Large circle, cross-examination, yeah, could have gone in the house. So that doesn't really answer the question. John, is there any other evidence here that supports the prosecution theory that he did not enter the house, but he was at the flagpole?
Benny, as you know, I'm in that courtroom every day. I've seen you in that courtroom. In the first trial, there was a lot of confusion about what was going on in the house and all the different people testifying. But I'm telling you, in that courtroom, whatever happened, it happened out by that flagpole. Everything points to something outside that flagpole. They can't come up with a witness that puts them inside the house. They can't come up with any evidence. Although the defense did have, the wider circle, I believe the time would have been narrowed like 4 seconds. So I also just want to add that, as you know, the jury went out and saw this before Ian Whiffen, meaning 34 Fairview, before he testified. So I thought that was really smart by Hank Brennan prosecution, because it really drilled down for the jury that whatever happened, it happened outside by that flagpole.
Kim, from your perspective, looking at the big circle picture, right? And you've got the cell right. Yeah, it's possible. What's the other evidence that he was in the house?
Well, I think the other evidence he was in that house, Vinny, is that was the intention that evening, is they were going back to 34 Fairview to not be outside, but to rather go into the house for an after party. There also is compelling evidence from Ian Whiffen himself that there was that 36 steps and 82 feet, which in my summation would bring you directly to either the front door or the side breezeway front door. And I think he went right inside that house.
John, let's take a listen to Karen Reed outside of the courthouse talking about this very issue.
Do you think, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house? I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have though.
So, John, what are your thoughts? They're playing a lot of clips inside of that courtroom.
They are. And they're very effective, Vinny. These Karen clips, to me, it's the story of this trial, and it really undermines the defense. Now, the problem when Karen Reed says that, it's very convincing, but the problem is there's other clips and interviews she's done where she says she didn't see him exactly go in, that he popped his head in, that she put her head down. And
actually, I will say, this dude, but I will say that I pointed this out before because there was one clip specifically, I pointed it out at the time on whenever they played the clip, right, in trial, where she says that when she left, he was in the yard. That came up in one of the clips. And I pointed that out because I was like, because she said in that one clip that when she left, she saw him he was still in the yard. And then that might've been the day whenever she said that one about going inside, because I was like, wait a second. So that's true.
Was looking at the phone. If she had come out of the box in the very beginning of the interviews and was always insisting she saw him go in, I think it would have more credibility. But the other interviews that Karen Reed has done, that was really the first time we've heard her say that she actually saw him go inside that house.
Kim, I want to play for you something that you referenced already tonight, which is the 36 steps. Here's Ian Whiffen talking about where those 36 steps could have been.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight line.
Could it have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
So, but also though, hang on, just trying to go back to the confusing thing. So the 36 steps though, and the 80 feet has to have happened after the Commonwealth, because of the trigger event, right? The Commonwealth, even with their clock drift and whatnot, still puts that after. And again, we just earlier in this live stream, we watched the neurosurgeon. I mean, he said, yeah, after the head injury, he could have been alive, but he would have been, again, incapacitated as in couldn't move.
To me, this is a big deal, the 36 steps, Kim. And I'm trying to imagine the pacing. And I'm trying to imagine under what scenario.
Yeah, right. But also how? Like literally, that's what made me think of it, because he just said pacing back and forth. I'm like, how would he be doing this though? Given the Commonwealth's theory, how would he be if he physically could not have been doing this though?
That would come into play versus walking somewhere. What are your thoughts? Is it possible that he starts to walk in the house and then walks back towards the car?
I mean, literally, I was just thinking to myself this. When he said pacing, here's what I thought. I said, let's just imagine for a second that that's possible physically, that he could have been pacing. If that were true, what that would say to me is there was some hesitancy for him to go in the house. Like, let's just say he gets out of the car, Karen leaves, and he starts pacing. What that would say to me is he was afraid or tentative about going in the house. So that looks good for the defense and bad for the Commonwealth. But then that's when I second guessed myself, because I was like, wait, hang on. Physically, he could not have been pacing because he was already incapacitated. So anyway.
Car?
I don't believe so, Vinny, personally. And I can't reconcile a pacing either, right? What would it make sense? We know it's cold. It is the start of a nor'easter. And we know that Officer John O'Keefe is not dressed for inclement weather. He is dressed in his hoodie.
What she's saying is the truth. So what she's saying is, why would he be pacing? He would have gone inside the house. My point is this. This is, to me, the better thing to say here is like, for anyone who's like, oh, well, there's different possibilities. Is it possible he was pacing? Okay, let's start with that. That even if it were physically possible, again, what would the pacing indicate? The pacing would indicate anxiety about going inside. But again, it couldn't have been possible, right? If he already was hit and had so
his short sleeve.
The only way that it works is if he hadn't already been injured.
Shirt, no hat, no mittens, no gloves, no scarf. And I'm thinking he's just trying to get where he's going from the vehicle directly into 34 Fairview.
Yeah, John, if you're counting steps from the SUV to the flagpole, it's like maybe 3 or 4 tops.
Yeah, we don't know. I thought the demonstration that you did, Vinny, when you guys were in Dedham, I thought that was pretty effective. I'm still not sure though that the steps coincides with when he was outside of the vehicle. I think that's still in dispute, that actually that event could have happened as they were making their way to Fairview. But I want to go back to
wait. No. Yes, Vinny. Sorry, I don't even need to do it. Vinny's going to push back.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's
yes, Vinny. Yes.
Dive into that a little bit.
Yes.
So you're saying the steps
Thank you.
could be recorded on Apple Health while he's in the car?
Well, I mean, that was falling in with the timeline that as they were going up and down, that it could have actually been when he was riding in the car. I know also when you did the demonstration in Dedham, one of the times that the Apple Health didn't exactly even record that. So he definitely took some steps outside the car, but I think it's in dispute exactly how many took. But I come back to the GPS has him outside of that flagpole.
Yeah, I'm trying to put all the pieces together. They're not fitting exactly for me because I don't have, Kim, a clear understanding of the 36 steps. And you talk about the distance from the SUV to the home. Was it 65 feet going diagonal across that lawn, going from the flagpole going across? Because it's only 30 feet, the front yard. But if you go diagonal, I think it adds a few feet onto the trip. The only scenario I could think of where 36 steps and he doesn't go in the home is if he starts to go and then comes back, or if they're yelling at each other. But we have no witnesses who heard or saw any of that.
Correct. And I also think, Vinny, it's very imperative, just like Mr. DiPietro said, that they had done the jury view of 34 Fairview before all of this testimony. And when you see how small that lawn, that property is, it is deceiving to the viewers at home if you've never been there. You know, I know, Mr. DiPietro knows that it's such a short distance from that front door that, in my opinion, it's very possible.
All right, John DiPietro, Kim Whalen, I'm going to stick around for the rest of the show. Coming up.
Good point there from Charlie Lynn. I'm going to skip ahead while he does the things.
One of the many clips of Karen Reed.
Albert's house. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
So that's one of the many clips of Karen Reed doing media interviews that are being played for this jury inside the courtroom as evidence. Prosecutors believe it helps their case. That's why they're putting it in front of this jury. And there you had Karen Reed talking about John O'Keefe getting out of the car and taking her vodka soda with him. Very significant when it comes to some of the evidence of the glass that was found, and part of an explanation for some of the glass. Now, in trying to figure out what happens next, right? He gets out of the car. We all know that, right? Through circumstantial evidence, because he's not in the car, he's on the front yard, and we saw him get in the car. I get that. But where does he go next? How do you figure that out? Prosecutors, and in his opening statement, Hank Brennan was very clear about this. He wants to rely upon this digital evidence, which provides zero bias. It has no bias. The information is what it is. So here's his expert present.
And then what it is there's that 1236 Wi-Fi. They still, the Commonwealth still doesn't have a way around that.
Some of that information relative to what was found on the cell phone and the apps of John O'Keefe.
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs. Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds. Based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
Okay. Important testimony. If the jury buys it, then it does tell the story and fill in the blanks for prosecutors. But that brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is about this digital evidence. What does the digital evidence prove about John O'Keefe's location? How precise is it? What does it tell us? What does it tell the jury? Still with us, John DePietro, host and creator of Road Patrol Live, and joining us, digital forensic investigator Matthew Maurice. Thank you. Matthew, let me begin with you. Location is so important in this case. I mean, you go a few yards in another direction, it's a whole different story. Here, we've seen this expert with his small circles and his large circles. His conclusion is that he's near the flagpole. How precise is this type of evidence? Why do we see different ranges of circles? And what are we to take away from it? What should we believe?
Well, Vinny, I think Ian explained during his testimony that the iPhone, as it is asked for location information by different apps, it depends on how accurate the information that the app needs is. And so you can have an app saying, hey, I just need to be able to tell what region you're in to determine what your weather is going to be. And that we don't need a high level of accuracy there. But if we're using something like Waze, that's been talked about a lot, the navigation app, we need much more precise information. And I think Ian did a good job of explaining that and showing that, some of these circles are big, some of the accuracy is low when data is requested from the iPhone, when locations requested from the iPhone. But when we're talking about the Waze app, when we're talking about the high accuracy, those circles are small, and they seem to put John O'Keefe's phone right there by that flagpole, starting at about 12:25 and 30 seconds throughout the rest of the night.
So how comfortable are you? Because this is a murder case. I mean, it doesn't get more serious than this, right? How comfortable are you with that small circle versus the larger circle, which includes the house, which is where reasonable doubt lives in this case?
Well, as I look at those circles, the thing that stands out to me is there are some circles that are less accurate that take in the house, but for the most part, those circles are centered around that flagpole, and there's a lot of them throughout the night that don't cover the house. I think that makes me more comfortable as a digital forensics expert saying he seems to be outside near the flagpole and not moving around inside the house.
Now, let me ask you, John, and this is significant too, and this was a little surprising to me. the testimony about the flight climbs, on the health data and the steps, you believe could be within the vehicle?
It seems to be. I mean, it definitely could be. And you heard Ian Whiffen saying that. Otherwise, it just doesn't match up that then he's out of the vehicle doing all this walking around, where instead it seems like they're arriving there. Benny, I think this is key, though. And when the Reed defense, they get their chance, they have to do something to try to get him in that house, because what I find so damaging here is it's an iPhone, it's a cell phone, it's so relatable to the jury. People can go on their phone and they find my iPhone. It's not like a foreign instrument. So what I'm saying is it's to me, it's easy to understand for the jury that they're tracking him with the phone. The Reed defense, when they get up and they present their case, they've got to find a way to try to get him inside
absolutely.
the house.
I agree 1,000%. Let me ask you, though, Matthew, about this Apple Health data. We never get witnesses from Apple. I mean, I think that's on purpose by Apple, right? But what are your thoughts about being in a car, driving up an incline, and the Apple Health recording it as climbing flights of stairs?
Well, I just have to go back, Vinny, to the testimony. Ian Whiffen testified he personally did testing with the iPhone, where he held the iPhone in his hand. He drove up an incline. I think at one point he said he drove up the same hill 10 times, and every time it was recording that he was climbing flights of stairs, even though he wasn't.
Yeah, I did the same thing with two different phones, and it didn't do that. It was, and I had mine in my hand. My partner had his, because he was driving, it was set, and neither one of us got that recording. How about steps? Do you believe steps can be recorded while driving?
It's difficult to rely on steps from an iPhone as anything definitive. I think they can be recorded when they're driving. I think they can be recorded when you're doing other things. Ian said, and that's my experience, the iPhone is pretty good at being able to tell when you are walking versus when you are just sitting there bouncing your phone up and down or shaking it or something like that. But I have seen steps recorded when no steps were being taken, so I know it happens.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Matthew. As an expert, right? This is what you do. You know the stuff I don't. How, because you were pretty confident with very confident with the small circle data. How would you compare your confidence in?
I'm just skip ahead to this part because
what are the key timestamps?
Literally, we were just saying that 1236 Wi-Fi, right? So I think that they'll probably bring that up here.
Prosecutors, this digital evidence with timestamps, saying exactly what time certain things are happening. Well, what are the key ones for prosecutors here? Back with me to help answer this question, John DePietro, host and creator of Road Patrol Live, and Karen Reed supporter Kim Whalen, also known as Nurse Kim on YouTube and TikTok. Okay, I want to put this graphic up on the screen because I think it kind of gives us the big picture on some of these timestamps for prosecutors in their case. Let's take a look. What's in white is the evidence coming from John O'Keefe's cell phone. What is in yellow is the so-called text stream data coming from the Lexus, Karen Reed's SUV. So these times we're going to talk about these times. Some will be from the car, that's in yellow, others from the phone, that is in white. Let's begin with the 3 flights that are climbed. The start of this health event, Apple Health event, 12/22/14, ending at 12/24/37. That's coming from John O'Keefe's phone. Kim, this is such a big deal, this Apple Health data and the way it fits into this timestamp. What are your thoughts about the significance here?
Yeah, Vinny, I think that the 3 flights of stairs are 3 flights of stairs. I do not believe that it was a phone, especially an iPhone, going up and down over a not hilly hill of Cedar Crest or Fairview Road. And it is, in my opinion, stairs. Where are
real quick to this picture? So the 3-point turn, 12:23 to 12:24. If Karen Reed actually, if the 3-point turn was her doing a 3-point turn so she could then leave the neighborhood and go back to John's house, then that would actually allow her to make that 12:36 Wi-Fi timestamp. Because the thing is like, I was thinking, what if ostensibly he got out of the car, went inside the house, then she makes a 3-point turn to go leave and leave and go back to One Meadows. And he went inside the house. But the thing is that it's interesting. The 3 flights of stairs starts before the 3-point turn. So no, actually that makes sense then, doesn't it? Because if he got out of the car, right? No, that does work out. If he got out of the car, because remember we were talking about this, how the Commonwealth, this trial has just now changed it or tried to change it to where he was still in the car for the 3-point turn. Interesting. And why would they do that? Well, they might be because of exactly what I'm saying here, right? Because that was new information, and that there's other testimony that refutes that was what happened. But if he got out of the car, I mean, either way, if you look at the 3-point turn in yellow and white, regardless of if you're going from the phone or the Lexus, either way, he starts his stair event before the 3-point turn. So that really does look like, though, doesn't it? He gets out of the car. She does a 3-point turn and leaves, goes back to One Meadows, and he's gone inside the house before she, well, okay, let me back up. Like, he gets out of the car, goes inside the house, and is climbing, starts through the stairs, right? And then she makes a 3-point turn and leaves to go back to One Meadows. And then she would be able to make it in time for the Wi-Fi thing. So I don't know.
Phone. Kim, this is such a big deal, this Apple Health data and the way it fits into this timestamp. What are your thoughts about the significance here?
Yeah, Vinny, I think that the 3 flights of stairs are 3 flights of stairs. I do not believe that it was a phone, especially an iPhone, going up and down over a not hilly hill of Cedar Crest or Fairview Road. And it is, in my opinion, stairs. Where are stairs? Not in a vehicle. And where was the location in which John and Karen were headed? 34 Fairview. So in my opinion, there was movement by Officer John O'Keefe at that time.
Now, John, I want to talk about the 3-point turn. This is coming from the text stream data and from the cell phone. But what's interesting, right, is that they are out of sync. They're not in sync when you look at the raw data. From your perspective, what do you think the significance of this event, the 3-point turn, and the fact that the times don't line up between the cell phone and the text stream data from the car?
Well, Vinny, we've learned that not all clocks match up, and John O'Keefe's phone didn't match up with Karen.
It doesn't surprise me that he says that. Like I said, I think he needs help. Anyone that believes that thing about the clock, like, dude.
Reads, Lexus as far as that clock. And a lot of times they use an example. Maybe your microwave oven clock doesn't match up exactly. Military, they used to say, let's all synchronize our watches.
I love that he brings up the microwave example, because when that example was given by Shannon Burgess, I tore that apart. I was like, well, yeah, because you set your microwave time yourself. So you can set it to whatever you want. So it's the worst example you could possibly give to try to say that actual things that are clocks that you don't set yourself wouldn't match. But of course, it makes sense that this dude relies on that then. Hilarious.
I think this was huge for the defense when it just didn't seem to match up. But I think, and I give credit, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, I think that the expert witness, I think he did a pretty good job matching that up at the 3-point turn. And then when you see the two of them together, I found it was very easy for the jury to follow, because in that, diagram, in the presentation, you're seeing that it's Karen Reed is the Lexus time, and then John O'Keefe, he's actually the iPhone. It's incredible how they match it up perfectly.
Kim, what's interesting when they're
by CourtTV, that was
floating, or what was the word? Clock drifting the time. They drift it forward. They drift the car forward to match it up. But if you had drifted the cell phone backwards, you get a completely different timeline. What are your thoughts about the fact that the times don't line up and that now they do line up?
Yeah, I find it awfully convenient, Vinny, that now there is a change. And it has always been to make timelines work in this case, whether it is a timeline that is made from witnesses and now timelines that are corroborated by experts and only in new reports. So the time drift seems to be a very convenient new finding.
Let's get to the next one, the backing up maneuver. And we've got that at 12:31:43. This is in yellow, so it's coming from the Lexus. John DePietro, this is the big one, right? This is the big one. This is the one indicating as close to the time of the alleged murder as prosecutors have.
Well, I'll say again, we'll wait to see how the Reed defense will combat it. But as far as the prosecution, if you're trying to make an argument that she backed up and then that's when the event happened, and then you have this sync up with the phone, I thought that was very compelling testimony in the courtroom. And again, with the way they do the map, it almost looks like a video game. Like it's so easy to follow. I think this is a big problem for the defense.
What is he talking about?
And Kim, is he
talking about an exhibit that we didn't see? I mean, they show us all the exhibits. Anyway, yeah, they made up the time drift, and also they called it time variance and time shift. They made that up. That's never been a thing before. Actually, Vinny himself said that on one of these other CourtTV videos we watched the other night. Vinny himself said that he's never heard of it, and so yeah, it is. Yeah.
As we go back to that timeline, the next thing I want to talk about is the 36 steps, right? So we've got that and a window of time for that. But on the initial graph, before you drift the clock, the 36 steps are happening after the vehicle is backed up, right? So if the clock is not drifted, then it doesn't work. It just doesn't work because he's walking after Karen Reed has finished backing up her SUV.
Yeah, Vinny, that is, again, a convenient new truth. And I also want to just remind us that at 12:32, we have this alleged collision occur, right? This is when the accident would have happened based upon what a 3-point turn 8 minutes prior, not from the Lexus tech stream data, because there was nothing indicated in Karen's actual vehicle that was recovered by Mass State Police or any expert. But we also have the large elephant in the room, Vinny, that Karen Reed was connected back to One Meadows Wi-Fi at 12:36.
There it is.
And that time frame doesn't add up, that she could have struck Officer John O'Keefe and made it back to the house in that amount of time.
Yeah, that's one problem here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Potentially for prosecutors, John, if you're shifting the stuff forward, it looks better on the screen this way, but if you're shifting everything forward, Now, all of a sudden, there's less time for Karen Reed to get from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows.
Well, again, I believe, first of all, very light traffic on the road. We have to imagine that she was very angry. So if you go the exact speed limit, then maybe it's a problem. But if you travel and someone's angry and maybe a little bit of the, pedal to the metal, start to go 40, 45, even 50, you can make it within the window, especially the element of light traffic that time.
So he's obviously making that up, and here's why. Because I was literally going to say that somebody should have tested it and seen how fast would you actually have to go to make it in time. And he says, let me back it up.
It's a problem, but if you travel and someone's angry and maybe a little bit of the, pedal to the metal, start to go 40, 45, even 50.
So 40, 45, and 50. I would say I don't think that's fast enough. But even if it is, he just gave 3 different speeds, 40, 45, and 50. If you were to run the math and calculate for each one of those, how long would it take you to get back to the house? They would be 3 different times. 40 miles per hour would give you, and honestly, the speed limit's probably 35, right? So that's only 5 over. Anyway, they would get to go 40, 45, or 50 would give you different times. So the fact that he says 3 different speed limits and then is like, that would be enough time. What does he say here?
You can make it within the window, especially.
Clearly, he hasn't actually run the numbers. So he's just talking. So
Especially the element of light traffic that time of night.
Anyway.
Light traffic, but some weather.
Yeah.
Right, Kim? There was some weather that night. I mean, that's one of the biggest parts of this story.
Absolutely, Vinny. And when you have to start changing or not going by other data like Waze that says it would be 6 minutes to get from 34 Fairview back to 1 Meadows, now we're making it a whole different set of circumstances that Karen Reed would need to engage in for her to get back there in 3.5 minutes. I just think sometimes the easiest answer is it doesn't fit.
And finally, I want to take a look at one more aspect of the timeline, which is the phone unlocking at 12:32:04, then the phone locking at 12:32:09. And John, for prosecutors, this is the last, I guess they would argue, proof of life of John O'Keefe from their perspective.
Yes. And I think, Vinny, I think the prosecution, I was in court when they presented that, they feel pretty confident that it's a compelling story, that as her car backs up, then, within seconds, his phone stops moving and then there's no more activity on it. I think prosecution feels pretty good about the way that lines up.
All right, John DePietro, Road Patrol Live, thank you so much. Kim Whalen's going to stick around. When we come back, how do we know which timestamps are accurate?
Yeah, right. Great question. Freaking clock drift, clock variance, clock shift nonsense.
Such a big part of the prosecution's case. They also called it clock drifting, where they're shifting the times in one of the digital devices that we're talking about in this case. Take a listen. That's Shanon Burgess, important expert for prosecutors, came under some heavy cross-examination about his credentials. But take a listen to what he says here about adjusting the times to make everything sync up.
If we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward.
I love that. That's one of my other favorites. That even the clock drift or clock shift itself is a variant. 20 is a range, 21 to 29 seconds. They're not even willing, by they mean the Commonwealth, they're not even willing to say, oh yeah, there's a clock drift of 23 seconds exactly. They're not even willing to do that. They still give it a window. It's just like, then how is it any, dude, I just can't.
21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data.
Okay, let's go back to my timeline so you understand what he's saying and I understand what he's saying. So again, yellow is the Lexus data, white is the phone data, and he talked about what they did with the Lexus data. They chose, in order to sync things up, they chose to take the Lexus data in the yellow, keep an eye on it, and slide it forward. Take a look. And then everything's in sync. Okay, I understand what they did. What I don't understand is why they chose to slide it forward and not slide the white backwards. Because two things out of sync, you can sync them up two ways. You can go like this, or you can go like this, or you can meet in the middle. Which brings us to the next question in our investigation. And it's important. I don't understand it. How do we know which timestamps are accurate? It seemed that Shannon Burgess said, okay, we're going to go by the phone data. And it just so happens when they do that, it lines up nicely for prosecutors. All right, joining us to help answer all of this, Karen Reed supporter Kim Whalen, also known as Nurse Kim on YouTube and TikTok. Be sure to check out those streams. And digital forensic investigator Matthew Maurice. Matthew, can you answer that question for us? When you have two things that are out of sync and you're putting them in sync, how do you know which one to choose? How do you know whether to slide the yellow forward or yellow forward or slide the white backwards to get them in sync?
Well, Vinny, I can't answer your question. I don't know why they chose to do it this way, but I'm going to make an educated guess. iPhones by default sync to something called the Apple Time Server, which keeps the iPhone in sync with the correct time.
Yeah, but they also did say that the iPhone was off. Anyway.
And I didn't hear them say you can turn that off. You can change that and set the time manually. I didn't hear anyone say that had happened, and that is the default behavior of the iPhone. My guess is that
you can't actually change it. I mean,
they assumed that the iPhone time was probably correct, and that's why they shifted the Lexus time forward.
And so I wanted to play something else for you. This was from the last trial in 2024, and I learned something I didn't know, and I want your expert opinion about what it means. This is the cross-examination of Nicholas Guarino by Dave Yannetti. He's the defense attorney cross-examining a trooper who's an expert for prosecutors in the last trial about the clocks inside an iPhone.
Are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac Absolute Time. It could be the Unix Epoch Time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
Okay, Matthew, all right. Okay. They can pull time from different places. Are all those times in sync, or do we need to choose one? What does that mean, and can that impact?
I will say
something like this case.
Say that's actually not even what the issue is here, because what the question was there was about pulling location data for different apps. That's a different question, right? And to what Bunny said there, John's phone ran slow. That's different. That's the time on the phone. The time on the phone that you look at when you look at the time on the phone. They're saying his phone ran slow. So what came up in this trial and what Brennan was saying is not it's not the same question as what was posed in the last trial. Just want to make that clear.
Case where the timeline, every second counts.
I agree that every second counts. And what the witness was describing that I just heard from that other trial, I think, is not different clocks on an iPhone, but different ways of storing time on an iPhone. Those Unix Epoch and Mac OS X time and those actually don't refer to different clocks on the iPhone. They refer to different ways of storing time in iPhone databases. So I don't think that applies to a change in clock here. That's my reaction to hearing that testimony now.
Kim, in the first trial, I remember the defense expert made a big deal about this, and it made everything kind of mushy in my head. It's tough for us to follow this, right? Those of us who aren't experts like Matthew, right? Trying to follow this very detailed type of evidence. But I remember that Green, the defense expert, talking about these different times, and somehow there was some possibility of shifting. Do you remember that, Kim, as well, that there was some, and I think we may end up hearing some of this in the defense case, that there are different ways to tell time, so it's not black and white, at least from this defense expert.
Yeah, Vinny, I wish I did remember that, but I am Nurse Kim, not forensic tech expert Kim. And this has always been for me a battle of the experts. Either you are going to get in line with the defense and what they present to you, or the jury will follow with what the Commonwealth says, or will both of them cancel out and have it be, this is too complex for us to really follow it, and just go with medical evidence and accident reconstruction?
Let me ask you a big picture question, and I saved this for the end, Matthew. So in your line of business, right, this digital forensic expertise and trying to figure out what these devices are saying, is it black and white? Is it what it is? Or is there room for interpretation and room for equally qualified experts to look at data and come to different conclusions?
Well, Vinny, for digital forensic experts, it's supposed to be about the cold, hard facts, the cold, hard data. But we have seen already in this trial, from the beginning of Ian Whiffen's testimony, there was a problem with this internet search and digital forensics experts thinking that a timestamp meant something that it didn't mean. And Mr. Whiffen having to go back and do some testing and do some research and say, no, that's not what it means. This is what it means. I think there is room for experts to come in and disagree and do their own research about what these timestamps mean and how these timelines should be shifted, if at all.
Thank you so much. Matthew Maurice and Kim Whalen, Nurse Kim on TikTok and YouTube. Appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got another one here, but I just wanted to answer this question. So Bunny was saying, didn't the Commonwealth claim what? Are you saying didn't the Commonwealth claim that in terms of this quote here about John's phone running slow? Because if so, you're probably referencing it was when they argued that one day in court. And I actually went back and we watched this on a different live stream because Breenan contradicts himself. Breenan does say that. Breenan said that John's phone always ran slow, or everyone knew John's phone ran slow. But then a few sentences later, he says John's phone runs fast. And when you look at the actual phone data compared to the Lexus, the phone is faster, is ahead, right, of the Lexus. So if John's phone is, so in other words, Breenan contradicting himself, but the second thing he said was that it runs fast. That's actually more accurate as far as what they were suggesting with the clock drift. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just an absolute mess. So the next one, actually, I think Bob Mata comes on this next one I have here. Let me pull it up here. Okay. Yeah, I think this one
only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record?
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
This issue, this alleged search, Haas Long to die in the cold at 2:27 in the morning, really gave birth to the Free Karen Read movement and gave birth to the entire defense case, alleging that something else is going on here. There's some conspiracy. And I heard that directly years ago when Alan Jackson and Dave Yannetti were on this program. So all of that brings me to our very first question in our investigation. If Haslong was searched at 2:27 a.m., is Karen Reed not guilty? Is it that simple? If that search was done at 2:27 a.m. by Jen McCabe, is Karen Reed not guilty?
I would say yes.
All right.
For sure.
Joining me tonight to help answer this and other questions, criminal defense attorney Bob Mata. He's also the host of Defense Diaries podcast.
Hey, Bob. But we talked about this before as far as the Haslong search goes. Just to say this real quick, that yes, I think if 227 was Haslong was made by Jen McCabe, yeah, then or was made at that time, then Karen's not guilty. However, just to remind everybody that if that wasn't the case and it was made at 6 something, it doesn't mean Karen's guilty, because that whole thing makes sense that she asking for someone to Google that makes sense if you just come across someone who has been laying in the snow. So in other words, the Commonwealth, regardless, so as far as when that search is made, the Commonwealth can't win there, they can only lose, right? And the defense can't lose, they can only win, if that makes sense.
Yes, has been covering this case in depth.
And
Margaret McLean, former prosecutor.
You guys are awesome. Bunny says, I nominate Chelsea for Court TV guest. And then Kat Randall says Vinny should be a guest for Chelsea. You guys are awesome. I would love to have Vinny as a guest. I'd love, I mean, not that that would ever happen. I'm just saying in magical world, you know, I love Vinny, and I think that'd be awesome too.
Prosecutor and host of It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. Another great podcast. Thank you both for being here. Let me ask you, Margaret. We'll go ladies first, Bob.
I love it when Bob's on.
Go ladies first. Margaret. No problem. If Haslong is searched, if it's searched at 2:27 a.m., is that game over? Karen Reed not guilty?
Yes, that would be game over for the prosecution, because if Jenna McCabe goes home and Googles Haslong to die in the snow at 2:27, that means she knows that John O'Keefe was somehow incapacitated inside that house, and it plays right into the defense theory that Karen did not hit John when she dropped him off at 34 Fairview. There was no collision. He likely went into the house, something bad happened, and Jen McCabe knew about it. That would mean the next morning when Jen was playing dumb and she and Karen and Carrie Roberts went to look for John, that she knew all along that he was placed there the night before. So if the prosecution's expert, Ian Wiffen, convinces jurors that that Google search was in fact made at 6:23 and Jen McCabe searched in an open tab as he testified, then that would be good for the prosecution. Remember, the prosecution also called a second witness, Jessica Hyde, to back him up. Now, as you know, the defense will call Richard Green to try to show that that Google search took place at 2:27 a.m. If they're successful, then again, it is game over, but I don't think they will on this point, because Richard Green, he was a bit confused. He called Celebrite. He tried to get in touch with Ian Wiffen, and Ian Wiffen claims that he misinterpreted the data. So, and after that, the company fixed it. So I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does, game over.
Game over.
Quick question. Do you guys recall if there was ever one of Karen's interviews where she said that she asked Jen to Google how long to die in the cold at 6 something? Like, again, even if that is what happened, like, again, that's not a win for the Commonwealth. That's just, you know, it doesn't mean anything either way, right? Because that's totally makes sense. But my question is more specific, that did she say that she did that in all of her interviews? Or in other words, let me put it this way. Is the only way that we've heard that Karen asked Jen McCabe to Google it? Have we only ever heard that from Jen? That's the question. Have we only ever heard that from Jen McCabe saying that that's what happened? Or has Karen also said that's what happened?
All right, Bob, let me play a little bit of Wiffen here talking about when he believes the search actually took place.
You showed us a tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hawkmock Sports?
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 2:27:40 tab open for Hawkmock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
All right, Bob, let me ask you. I'm sure you agree that it would be game over if it was done at 2:27 a.m. Was it done at 2:27 a.m.?
It's a harder question to answer. I mean, we all have the benefit of watching the first trial, and
use all the information you can, Bob.
Question for me.
Use all the information you have. We're just concerned about the truth here.
I always do, Vinny. I always do. In terms of the first trial, I walked away from that having no idea because I didn't find Whiffen or Green to give me the full answer. I think the big problem for me has always been that we're never going to know what's in Apple's secret sauce in terms of their source code. So, these companies exist for the express reason of trying to figure out exactly that. And I just don't know
Bob,
that any
explain
of them
that
have.
to the folks.
The biggest problem for
Bob, I hate cutting you off, but that's a big point you're making here, is that we don't get witnesses from Google. We're not getting witnesses from Apple. Why not?
Because it's proprietary. They're not going to share. It's how they make the big bucks. Both those companies. I mean, Apple is never going to send in somebody that's going to give up their trade secrets and their intellectual property. It's that simple. So we're left having to use companies that literally exist on this planet in order to try to figure out what's going on in those phones. And the bottom line is that I listened to Ian Whiffen. I didn't find him to be not credible. I found him to be a relatively credible witness. But did he answer the question for me? No. And probably the biggest reason for that is that there's companies that still show that search taking place, namely Axiom and Magnet, that for whatever reason, Celebrate, after the first trial, decided to remove whatever feature that was that would show those types of searches. And for me, that was disturbing, and it's one of those things where you're looking for a definitive answer because, as Margaret said, if the search took place at 2:37, it's done. Not only is it done for Karen Reed, but that's incredibly powerful circumstantial evidence that something in fact went on in that house. So that investigation needs to be picked up in my estimation. So as far as, I don't think I'm going to.
So, only from Jim. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, guys. Yeah. And you're saying, wait, if she Googled both times. I think maybe you saw where I was going with that question. Yeah. So, we know there was, so we know there was more than one because there was there was the Haas long, but then there was another one where it was correctly spelled how long. And I think one of them was to die in the cold, another was to die in the snow. So in other words, we know there was more than one search made, right? For that. But only the Haas long was the one with the 2:27 timestamp. Because the question is, right? And we also know it was deleted. The question is, if we've never heard it from anybody but Jen McCabe that Karen even asked her to Google it, right? Again, even if that did happen, that doesn't mean anything bad about Karen, like I said. But we've only ever heard it from Jen. Because I'm wondering if, here's the thing. So let's just say Jen did do the Haas long search at 2:27 and then deleted it, right? And then, remember, she arranged the whole thing. Karen, come to my house, da-da-da. If you're Jen McCabe and you're like, just in case they find this someday, right? Wouldn't the thing that you do is you do that search again at 6 something, whatever it was, whenever they find John, and you do the search then and you don't delete it so they can find that, right? Knowing that whenever you tell what happened, you're going to say, oh, Karen asked me to Google it. And that way, in case it still shows, like she wouldn't know how phones work, but like the thought being, like, if you Google something at an earlier time and you delete that, right? But then you're like, well, just in case they can still pull it up and they can still find it, let me Google it again at a different time. And that way it'll look like that's when that thing happened. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like if they still find the search now, what's interesting is like she wouldn't have even. What she should have done is made them exactly the same, right? But she probably didn't realize she did Hosslong, right? Or she didn't pay enough attention to it to make them exactly the same. Anyway, do you guys see what I'm saying? Because with Karen's done so much talking in these interviews that I'm surprised that she didn't say ever in any of her talking. She never said, yeah, like when she tells the story about how they found John, she never says, and I asked her to Google it, right? That came from Jen. So that again, to me, shows her trying to cover up the 227 search. And I don't know that anybody else, have you guys like, had y'all already thought of that? Like, I feel like I'm like, wow, like that's actually kind of a big deal. And I mean, I hadn't thought of that until just now. It's part of why sometimes watching these CourtTV things, the questions asked like are helpful, at least for me, because it'll help me like ask myself a question and then reach another thought. I'm like, wow, I hadn't realized, like what just happened, right? Something happened in a chain of events here with these questions that jogged my memory to make me think that. And now I'm like, wow, that's actually kind of a big deal, right? Yeah, waiting all that time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right? You wait, like if she, because again, if she orchestrated the whole thing, like telling Karen to come here and we're going to go search together, she would expect that they're going to find John, right? And then she, if you're planning ahead, you'd be like, as soon as we find him, I'm going to do the search again then. Just in case they find the other, just in case it turns up and then there's plausible deniability that the search was done at 6 a.m. and Karen asked her to do it. Which the other thing that's funny is this, right? Because it would have been even more plausible if Jen had said that she did the search because she wanted to do it, right? Like, in other words, if you really didn't do anything wrong and then you're with your friend and you find the body and they're doing CPR or trying to whatever, if John O'Keefe is also Jen's friend, right? It would also be plausible that if she wasn't sus and maybe guilty of whatever things, you know what I mean? Like if you're just an innocent friend, wouldn't you want to Google it for yourself? You know what I mean? So the whole story about how Karen asked her to do it and her hands were cold and shaky. And I don't know, you know, it's a lot of explaining. Anyway. The Hosslong to digest food was just, she used that as like an example to show how Google will make a suggestion. So that no one ever searched for Hosslong to digest food, or I think it's how long to digest food. She was using that as an example of how when you go to search how long, right? Google will will make suggestions on things it thinks you might Google. I mean, yeah, right, exactly, Kat.
End up getting the answer in this trial either. You know, fortunately for me, there's some other science out there that I'm sure you're going to be getting into.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Exactly, right, to help your friend. Yeah, like in other words, if they really were friends and she really didn't have any involvement, by she I mean Jen, she would have Googled that herself, right? Because again, that if you come upon a body in the snow and there's more than one person there, like the first thing I would do is I would try to figure out, I mean, that would be a valid, normal question that you would do, right? So anyway.
Pretty definitive in this case, and that's kind of where my head's always at.
Yeah, but this is one of those issues that wins it for the defense. But Margaret, on the flip side, if the jury believes it's at 623, that's not a win for prosecutors. That's not an automatic win. This issue is only an automatic win for the defense if
literally that's what I've been saying. That's so
they believe 227. If it's 623, there's still a lot more that the prosecution needs to prove.
That doesn't prove anything bad. Yeah.
Oh, there's a heck of a lot more, Vinny. Yeah, it's only a win at 227 for the defense because it creates a huge reasonable doubt as to, again, it goes to Alan Jackson's opening statement. There was no collision. There was no collision. It goes exactly to that. It's showing that.
I mean, and to Kat, the thing is this, right? Like to me, that would seem like a normal thing to do once you've already called 911. Like if you're panicked, right, and you can't think rationally, like a rational person would be like, Google can't answer that question, right? But if you're truly panic in a life and death situation, and you're like here's the thing: if I can try and imagine if I was in a situation like this, I would picture myself Googling that, hoping that there would be something on Google that would give me some sort of hope, right? Like I wouldn't expect an actual answer this many hours because Google can't know that. But what I would expect it to be like is, you know, in some situations, people have been in the cold for a long time and they are fine. That's what I would be like, oh, good. Like I would be looking for something that would give me hope versus an answer. But again, I would have Googled for that after having called 911, basically.
That there was something sinister going on in that 34 Fairview home, and Jen McCabe went home and she knew about it and she Googled how long to die in the snow at 227. That shows that she's part of this big conspiracy and law enforcement cover up. So that's a huge win for the defense. Game over. But the prosecution has so much to prove, and they have each and every element of the offenses to prove as well.
All right, Bob and Margaret are going to stick around. Coming up next, another big question. If John O'Keefe never entered the home, is Karen Reed guilty?
Huh? I don't know.
Be that night outside 34 Fairview, but nobody saw Karen Reed's vehicle strike John O'Keefe, and no one saw John O'Keefe on the ground. Those would be big issues, right? That would be important testimony, but it doesn't exist here because you don't have that type of eyewitness testimony. But what we're looking at this hour are single issues in this case that can win it for one side or the other. And one of them involves John O'Keefe and where he was once he got out of Karen Reed's SUV. Take a listen. Again, this is Ian Whiffen testifying about John O'Keefe's last cell phone movement.
Around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Correct.
So he's got the cell phone data and telling us when it stops and when he no longer moves and where that cell phone is, and he's saying it's outside of the house. Take a listen to Jen McCabe and Brian Albert testify about what didn't happen that night.
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No, I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Evidence that John O'Keefe was never inside 34 Fairview. Prosecutors have put it out there. That's what they are arguing to this jury. And that brings me to the next question in our investigation. If John O'Keefe never entered the home, is Karen Reed guilty? Once again, if John O'Keefe never entered the home, is Karen Reed guilty? Is it game over for Karen Reed?
Technically, the jury could find her guilty potentially on count 2, but only if they really consider and go through. And again, this is based on the jury instructions, but the chain of events thing. Because count 2 is the one that has the chain of events, where it's like if a chain of events happened and one thing leads to another, which leads to another, which leads to another, which leads to another, which leads to another, and the result is that somebody dies. And the first chain of event was something that Karen did, then that's why that count is wild and the jury instructions are insane, because they could technically find her guilty on count 2 for literally just not even doing anything. It's almost like saying, okay, well then Peg could be guilty. Why? Because Peg gave birth to John O'Keefe, which led to his entire life, which led to him then somehow dying, and the chain of events leads to that. You see what I mean? That's why it's an insane jury instruction. So
if this jury believes that the prosecution proved that John O'Keefe never entered the home, let's bring in our experts to try to get some insight here. Joining us, longtime Massachusetts attorney Rick Grundy and criminal defense attorney Peter Ellikin, both locals out there. They know these juries. They know these courtrooms.
I don't know either of these guys.
They know the facts of this case. Let me ask you, Rick, if John O'Keefe never entered the home, never got past the threshold of 34 Fairview, is Karen Reed guilty?
So it certainly would bode extremely well for the prosecution. But I think, all of the questions this evening center on the big issue in this case, and that is that there is, for neither side, there is not a piece of evidence or a statement or one witness that nails it down for them, that is that foundation of the case. And secondly, there's really none of these major issues that there aren't two sides to be argued on. So if the defense doesn't wed themselves too much to their theory like they did in the first case, and as they may do when they take over the defense case, they could come up with another theory as to, they met him on the yard and they beat him up there and it happened there. But if they stick to this, it had to have happened in the house. It's a pretty mighty blow against them.
Let me ask you, Peter Ellikin, I want to play a little bit of the cross-examination of Ian Whiffen, because in his testimony about the cell phone data, he was kind of placing where the cell phone was. But there's one moment here on cross-examination that's a little interesting for the defense. Let's take a look.
Notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house.
We already they covered this on different ones, so I'm gonna skip ahead here. We already talked about this one, about the location data, putting them in the house. Let's go on to the next. Question here.
Case that if one side or the other wins, it could be game over. Game over for the prosecution or game over for Karen Reed. Obviously, one thing we've been talking about since the beginning of this case is the tail light on Karen Reed's SUV. I want you to take a listen to the testimony of a Dighton police officer from the first trial describing that tail light. And I also want to hear you listen. I also want you to listen to Bill Reed, who is Karen Reed's father, talking about what he saw when he looked at the taillight. Both of these descriptions are before the SUV is in the full custody of Michael Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police. Take a listen.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that tail light was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Yeah.
Broken tail light. Yes. Where exactly did you see it? Did you see it at your house or did you see it at Meadows?
I saw it at both places. So when we left the hospital, Karen wanted to see the children. And so my son drove us to Meadows. When I got out of the car, I saw it. And then when I had a cup of coffee and left there, we cleaned off the back and I saw it as right here. And so I know what I saw.
So there was still red left?
Oh, absolutely. I would not have driven that car, all right, in the blizzard conditions that were present that morning, early afternoon, with anything of serious impairment. I just would not have done it.
Okay, so both sides agree the taillight was broken. It's a matter of degree. Was it fully broken or was it just partially broken? And these images you're looking at are images before the car is in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police. It's just after 5 in the morning when Karen Reed is driving out of the driveway and going to meet up with Kerry Roberts.
That just jogged my mind. Maybe I had to have another thought from hearing what he said. So what Bill Reed said was like he saw it and he was like, yeah, it wasn't unsafe. I would never have driven it if it was unsafe given the conditions. And I was like, hang on. So here's another thing. So when Karen goes to Jen's house, again, that's Jen's idea. Think about this, guys. So when Karen goes to Jen's house, there's this testimony about Matt McCabe that I think both of them had testified to. Matt last year, but Jen this year, and Matt last year, or both of them last year and Jen this year. Anyway, there's that bit about how Matt McCabe suggests, or how Matt McCabe makes a comment, oh, you don't want to take her car because it wouldn't be safe to drive. So why don't you take Carrie's car? You guys. Which is the opposite of what Bill Reed said, but also it's exaggerating the dangerousness to drive that car. In other words, it's exaggerating the taillight crack, because it's like, oh, you can't possibly drive that car. It wouldn't be safe. But also, Matt McCabe stayed home, right? He didn't go with them. He stayed home. So what that also does is that leaves the Lexus at the McCabe house alone with Matt McCabe. So there's that.
And Jennifer McCabe and search for John O'Keefe. So you look at that right tail light, that's what we're talking about. Is it fully broken? Is it just partially broken? Just a piece that was broken by Karen Reed when she backed it into John O'Keefe's car. All that brings us to the next question in our investigation. And this is one we spent a lot of time talking about, but now we're going to be very direct. If the tail light was not fully broken, is Karen Reed not guilty? Right? If there's just a piece missing and not that huge part of white on the taillight that we've seen in evidence photos, is Karen Reed not guilty? Joining us, Rick Grundy, Bob Mata, two great attorneys. All right, let's understand this. Let's try to figure this out. Bob, from your perspective, if the tail light, if this jury believes it, and if it's proven, and if the fact is that it's just partially broken, not fully broken, like in the final photographs we've seen of this SUV, is Karen Reed not guilty?
Yes, of course. And because the biggest issue is, how do you explain 40 plus pieces being strewn about 34 Fairview, if not for that? I mean, that's when you get into the, was this stuff planted? Because if the damage was minuscule or it was one cracked piece as opposed to the entire housing, the plastic housing being removed, as the pictures we've seen from the Sallyport, there's no way that the Commonwealth is going to be able to explain that in terms of the damage. So if it's a minor damage, that's clearly explained by the fact that she backed into John's vehicle. We all seen it. You see the tire move. We know there was a big debate, if you'll remember, whether or not there was any contact made. And then when the defense pointed out, just look at the tire on the vehicle of John's vehicle, and you see it move. So there was contact made there. So as far as I'm concerned, if the entire taillight doesn't look like it looked in the Sallyport, then clearly she's not guilty.
All right, let me ask you, Rick. I'm going to put another picture up. This is from 8:23 a.m. Again, this is from One Meadows. This is before the state police have custody of the car. Take a look. Is the right tail light in this photo fully broken or not fully broken?
You'll never get me to tell, because I couldn't possibly, it would be a total guess looking at this. I agree with Bob in the sense that if a juror or the jury finds that it was not fully broken, and by that I assume you mean all that glass had come out, they've got 47 fingers pointing at corruption. And the Commonwealth can argue, you know what, look at everything else. And the jurors might. The jurors might just say, the taillight stuff doesn't add up, but the I hit him adds up, and the cell phone information adds up. So again, I think it's a tough case to say any one piece is a home run, but that single finding by a jury would sanctify the defense argument that Proctor not only is a bad guy when he's talking about other people, but he's a corrupt investigator that was in charge of this case.
The thing is this too, and when you look at for me, it's two main things, right? It's the fact that his injuries are not at all, as you guys know, because it's doing with being hit by a car, right? In other words, there was no collision. He was not hit by a car, right? And we'll get to hear from the ARCA dudes again, which will be awesome. But he was not hit by a car. So when you take that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and then also the other thing for me is that timestamp at 12:36, right? Then the thing is, the only explanation for anything regarding the taillight pieces being there at the crime scene, the only explanation for that is law enforcement planting them there, right?
All right, Bob, let me flip it for you. I want to put that 823 photo up again. And if the jury looks at this and believes that this is consistent with the Sallyport evidence photo and it's fully broken, is it game over for Karen?
Yeah, so John did, right. And that's the thing too, right? To this point, Miss Mojo, remember, we know that he was texting with Jen McCabe and saying here, right? Like, we're here or whatever. Like that was, so that would show that or she says here, but they're trying to find the place, right? Like the fact that he asked for the directions and whatever shows that they were making all the efforts to go there, and Karen didn't want to go, but he was going to go. Right. And that the phone communications show that. Right. So and that's the thing. He could have been ambushed in the yard as well. That's the other thing I always talk about too. Like, even if he didn't go in the house, it still doesn't mean that they weren't involved. Right. Like they could have ambushed him in the yard. Right. Like that's you. In other words, to me, it's not just like, okay, if he didn't go in the house, like that question that was before, like, oh, he didn't go in the house, so that means that Karen is guilty, or oh, he didn't go in the house, that means that the McCabes or McAlberts weren't involved or whatever. Neither of those are true, because he could have been on his way to, like, you know what I mean? The unfortunate thing is that the defense seems to really be kind of wanting the theory to be that he did go in the house and that's where they're involved, where they did something, but if it were me, if I were the defense, I would keep it open to where the McAlberts could have attacked him or whatever happened, right? Like that could happen in the house, but it also could happen in the yard, right? So.
And Reed, if they look at this and say, oh yeah, I'm looking at that right tail light and I don't see any red on the outer part of that right tail light, is Karen Reed, is it then game over and she's guilty?
If you're going to be practical about it and you look at the picture, the back of the vehicle is covered with snow. I don't know if that's snow or if that's that empty casing. You cannot.
I know you don't know, but what if
kind of evidence?
Again, I'm cutting you off, Bob. I hate doing it, but I just want to follow up. Not what you're seeing. I'm telling you, 12 jurors look at that and say, "Oh my goodness, there is no red on that right tail light." If they all agree to that, is Karen Reed guilty?
Well, in order for them to get there, they'd have to ignore two highly qualified guys from ARCA who are going to come in and say that that damage was not caused by a motor vehicle pedestrian impact and that John O'Keefe's injuries are not consistent with being struck by a motor vehicle. So if we lived in a world where they were able to, completely ignore those two guys and what I think is very credible evidence, I guess, you have to ignore all the other facts in order to reach that conclusion with regard to the taillight. If you're going to just live in the taillight world, it's a difficult case in a lot of different ways. But at the end of the day, the defense has zero burden to prove anything in this case. That lays all with the Commonwealth. And it's a really, really hard case for them to prove. It's just is.
Rick, I look at this, and if I believe that if all 12 agree one way or the other, they may not agree, but if they agree one way or the other that it's just partially broken, she's not guilty. If it's fully broken, she is guilty, because I can't think of any other explanation for either scenario, right? If the Massachusetts State Police take custody of the car and it's only partially broken, then they're planting evidence. If it's fully broken, all the pieces are at 34 Fairview.
Right.
Exactly, yes. Again, outside of any other evidence, if this is what they were sent with and they came to a unanimous decision that it was not broken as described by the police, that's a not guilty. And vice versa. Not quite as strong, I think, for the prosecution's case, but certainly on the defense side.
Yeah, like
all right, big thank you, Rick Rundy, Bob Mata. Appreciate your valuable time. We will speak again. Still to come. If Karen Reed said, I hit him.
That's a dumb one. So offenders, why are you watching Bob Mata? So we're not watching Bob Mata. We're watching the court TV. We already, I think, because you're just getting here, we already watched the testimony or whatever. So it's just interesting. So already just watching some of these recent court TV things, for whatever reason, again, sometimes it just something jogs my memory. But I've actually, or collectively, we have already made several different connections, I guess you could say. How would y'all word it in the chat who were here? Like we've realized a couple other things that were really significant that I hadn't thought of before, and people that were here in the chat said they hadn't heard before, but it was like just important points about many different things. There were like I would almost call them like light bulb moments. I think we've had 3 or 4 of those. So you know, because when you're just watching the trial testimony, or when we're covering it, you know, I'm listening to what they're testifying about, and I'm assessing the lawyering and, you know, the legal, arguments, and I'm listening to what they're saying. But the thing that is different about watching some of these court TV things is like, in terms of putting it all together and like thinking about all the different, how to put it, the implications of the actual testimony. Like the testimony is one thing, but there's like the implications. It's like sometimes it's harder to do that while you're listening to the testimony. So I don't know. It makes my brain think about some of this stuff and remember stuff from the first trial in different ways. So anyways, yeah, it's Vinny. So let me see if I had another one here. I think we've got this one about should she testify. Let me just see what this one looks like. Oh, that's on that other thing. Hi, Joe. She didn't take off her shoes. Correct. She didn't take off her shoes. I wouldn't take off my shoes. Let me see if I've got this other one here. The trigger event. Okay, let me see here. Also, if you're new here, welcome. I don't know that I've seen you in the chat before, Bill, so welcome.
Closing arguments. Yes, the retrial of the century is continuing. And don't forget what the alleged murder weapon is in this case. It's an unusual one. It's Karen Reed's 2021 LX. As
I always say, I love it. I love how he always has these squares that are labeled. They're also funny. It says murder weapon. That's hilarious.
570 SUV. That's the alleged murder weapon. And you're looking right now at that tail light, such a big part of this story. So when you think about a murder weapon, you've got to get evidence connected to that murder weapon. Sometimes if it's a gun, we go through ballistics. If it's a knife, maybe you'll try to get some blood evidence, some DNA from it. In this case, you're talking about a vehicle, a motor vehicle that records its data. Unfortunately, this is no black box situation. And what I mean is when we have unfortunate events in the world of aviation, they always want to get the black box and you get all the communications, and investigators can precisely figure out what was happening with that airplane. That's not exactly what we're getting here in this case. You're not getting that type of information. You're getting information, but information that seemingly can be interpreted many different ways and not as detailed, and again, not as precise. For instance, these so-called triggering events can be described as many different things can cause a triggering event. And the digital evidence here is out of sync. And that's another problem here. And when we're talking about the digital evidence being out of sync, the digital evidence from the SUV and the digital evidence from the phone, everything is connected to a clock and is time stamped. But in this case, what the prosecution had to do was take that timestamp from the SUV and change it. Take the time and literally move it to put it in sync with the cell phone. And the big question is, what will the jury think of that? That an expert has to take data and change the data to make it fit the timeline for the prosecution.
If I were on the jury, I would not be happy about that. Joe, are you saying that karate could have caused the head injury? I don't know much about
Now, prosecutors will argue, well, yeah, we're everything, stays the same. It's just we move it all over, 21 to 28 seconds. But that's what's happening here. Again, all this information isn't lining up exactly the way you would want it to line up if you were prosecuting this case. So you're relying on the expert, and an expert saying that, yeah, this clock drifting makes sense. And that expert is Shannon Burgess. And the question is, will he win the battle? Because this will be a battle of the experts. The defense will put on their own. And the credentials.
I have to screenshot that because I love Vinny's squares. I have a number of these that are saved that are funny. This is a good one with this picture. And will he win the battle? That is really funny. Screenshot that and I'll probably put that in the Discord as well.
And the background and education of this particular expert is being questioned and was a big part of his testimony. Most of the time it's not. Your education, your experience is what it is.
Right.
And it's clear. And, sometimes you might pick a little bit here, pick a little bit there. But here it became a big part of the cross-examination, the credentials, the education of this expert. Okay, CourtTV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson is joining us live from outside the courthouse in Dedham tonight. Let's talk about this expert, Shannon Burgess, because again today we had more testimony, we had testimony about what he thought about his opinions about the case and the evidence, but we also had more testimony about his credentials, which is extremely unusual.
Yeah, Vinny, he was in the hot seat for a second day talking about credibility and credentials, and those were put into question as this digital analyst for the prosecution, a new witness for trial number 2, Shannon Burgess, testified. And he was asked about his LinkedIn profile, which was linked to Aperture's website, which showed he had a bachelor's degree. Meanwhile, the cover letter submitted to the court said that he was currently pursuing a degree, but does not yet have it. Take a listen.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure, so that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelors of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates?
Yes.
Stephen Jobs?
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained. God.
That was somewhat of a big moment. It was a lighter moment as the redirect.
So it was actually in the first trial. They didn't really get into it this trial, but they haven't done their accident reconstructions yet. We were rewatching some of Trooper Paul's testimony, and that's what made me think of it because they go back and forth about U-turn versus 3-point turn. But Alan Jackson is the one that says it's actually a 3-point turn because it goes into reverse. So it's like it's in drive and then it shifts into reverse. And it shifts back into drive, which is why he says it has to be a 3-point turn versus a U-turn. Because if you do a U-turn, you stay in drive the whole time. But that was in the first trial, and that hasn't been talked about this trial.
Correct took place, Vinny, but bringing up Oprah Winfrey, like there were smiles in the gallery. I'm in court this week. I'm looking at the jury. And, you know, when he was questioned about his credentials, I also found it interesting. You usually don't see people writing down notes, but this jury, a lot of the members were writing notes, taking notes about his past and his education level.
Right. And his LinkedIn was not accurate. And he's the one who wrote his LinkedIn background. And I think the one thing he said today was, I didn't update my LinkedIn, or he may have said it yesterday. I didn't update his link. But when you update your LinkedIn, you usually add more. You don't subtract from your credentials when you update your LinkedIn. Generally, the longer you work in your career, you're adding things, not subtracting them. That didn't make sense to me. Well, and one more follow-up on that. This pursuing the degree, was there any further questioning about exactly how he's pursuing it, or for how long he's been pursuing it? Is he currently enrolled in classes?
Yeah, yesterday, in the first day of his testimony, when cross began, we learned that he had been pursuing it for 17 years. But I don't know what the current status is. We didn't get into if he's enrolled now, if he, how many credits he still needs. But it was also interesting to note that the degree that was listed on LinkedIn actually does not exist with that university.
Right. I mean, and if he's not enrolled right now, he's pursuing that degree as much as I'm pursuing my master's at Harvard right now for whatever, because I'm not. So he's
Vinny, that's hilarious. Joe, I can't tell if you're being facetious or not. Are you being facetious?
either enrolled or he isn't, but no one followed up with that type of questioning. I was surprised. Okay, let's get to the meat of this now, the even more important stuff, which is the trigger event. What more did we hear about the so-called trigger event today?
Right, and this goes along the lines of the clock drifting and how he submitted his reports. There were two. They were amended when we're talking about lining up the times, but basically taking the information from the black SUV from the infotainment system, overlapping that with John O'Keefe's iPhone data for, quote, the event, which is soon to be called, we believe, the collision, as the prosecution case in chief continues. But right now it's referred to as 1162-2. Take a listen.
That event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 1162-2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
Did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Vinny, so right away we see where this is going. The defense, with their experts, are going to say that a trigger event is not a collision. They're already laying down the foundation there. And then this witness that works at Aperture, where the new crash reconstructionist also works in a different office, but we're going to hear from that person, also new for the retrial, and he's setting him up for his findings on what the event will soon to be called the collision.
This is fascinating. And the timeline works for prosecutors as long as you move the times from the SUV, right? So as long as you manipulate it and slide it forward, then it works. And the question is, will the jury accept that and say, okay, it's fine. You can take the data from the car and you can move it over so it lines up with the cell phone, and then it all makes sense. Okay. Did you hear from Karen Reed today?
We did, but first, before court ended today, we heard from her in one of her many interviews that was played to court today, and then I asked her about it afterwards on the courthouse steps. Let's listen to both.
Oh, cool.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you.
Tell me. Yeah, use that.
I'll tell you. John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So he died. We think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
How about Shannon Burgess? What do you think about his performance? They had to get him on here, so how do you think he did?
Incredible or uncredible. I'm not sure what the word is.
Can you give a comment on the timeline that you put together, the 12:32 timestamp?
That John's phone is still moving. He's still walking after a trigger on a common trigger on my Lexus.
How did you say on the ID interview? How did you come up with that time yourself? That 12:25 time.
I said we believe. That's what we believe. And I said 12:25, 12:30, and that was based on phone data that we have that everyone has seen now.
All right, Vinny, so no comment on those clips that are being played during the state's case in chief, and still no indication whether or not she's
the thing that where the phone locked. Yeah,
going to take the stand. Remember, in the first trial, she did not testify on her own behalf. But we also learned today through Karen Reed that the state's case is wrapping up. She thinks that they have about a week or so left. And then she indicated that the defense case in chief will be pretty short.
Defense cases usually are. You know, a lot of times they tell us 2 weeks and it's 3 days. So I'm always prepared for them to wrap things up more quickly than they say. The bottom line, those clips are a big difference here in this second trial, and they're not helpful to the defense. Whatever they say, I just don't think they're helpful to the defense. We'll see. Ultimately, the jury will have the say. Matt Johnson in Dedham. Thanks so much, Matt.
Yeah.
Let's bring in
I would agree the clips aren't helpful, but I also don't think that they're as damning as the Commonwealth believes.
Karen Reed Insiders, criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr., Kevin Lenahan, who is Yellow Cottage Tales and the author of the book Storm of Suspicion, the Karen Reed Trials. Great to see you tonight, Kevin. Great to have you back in the fold here. Also with
there were books about this trial.
us, Karen Reed supporter Nick Rocco, and
he's supposed. I've heard about him. He's supposed to be great.
Expecting one more, not here quite yet. So we've got 3. We've got a quorum. We move forward, gentlemen. That's the way we roll here. Let me ask you, Joseph. We've got a guy whose LinkedIn, which was incorrect, a degree he didn't have, website for the company he works for has a degree that he doesn't have. Why should the jury believe this expert? Aren't experts 1,000% about credibility?
So that your viewership understands how this works. When you call an expert or you intend to call an expert as a witness at a trial, you're required to turn over their CV. It's like a resume on steroids. It is more material. In this case, Mr. Burgess turned over a CV in October of 2024 and then again April of 2025. In both of those documents, which is the actual document that the defense is going to rely on and the jury is going to rely on, he did not indicate that he had a degree. In every prior occasion where he's testified to a jury or to a fact finder in a court of law, he's never testified that he's had a degree. I would concede, there was a glitch with the LinkedIn account from years ago, and it looks like the marketing department of Aperture relied on that in creating the website. And certainly Attorney Alessi capitalized on that. However, at some point, I think he probably went too far where it became more belittling than effective. But credibility can be measured in 2 ways, not just veracity. the credibility of your information. The data he relied on cannot be manipulated. And I know we're going to talk about
We're going to talk about that one step at a time tonight. One step at a time.
But it bolsters and supports his credibility because everything that he testified to has an engineering and scientific basis of corroboration.
I got it. I get what you're saying. We'll get to the meat of that. Right now, we're talking about his education and the way it all played out. So, Nick, what I'm hearing from Mr. Krowski tonight is that when he's sworn in, raises that right hand, he's going to tell the truth. But if he's trying to get clients or trying to get a job when he's not under oath, maybe the resume is a little puffed.
Well, he got pointed out today to be a liar. Currently right now his CV might state that he's currently pursuing this bachelor's degree after 17 years of trying to pursue it. But on another CV, it said 2022 that he got this bachelor's degree. And then on another CV that was submitted into a federal court case that Bob Alessi had presented today at the end of the cross-examination, it stated that he got that bachelor's degree in 2024. And not to mention the fact of the bachelor's degree that he has on his CV doesn't even exist at the college that he says he's enrolled in. And as far as the LinkedIn account, it's just so convenient that 72 hours before he testifies, when the defense team is looking at his LinkedIn account, it somehow is disabled from the Aperture website and you can no longer access it. But one of the biggest things that was talked about today was the fact that on his own timeline, he states that this incident happened on January 30th, 2022. So he doesn't even have the correct day. The correct day would have been January 29th, 2022. And the jury saw that today, and the jury heard all of this. And that goes against his credibility, because if he can't even get the day right, how are we to believe any of the times that he's telling the jury that this had occurred? And then just to fast forward, Hank Brennan had said, well, we didn't ask for this. In the report on May 8th, it says, due to your request.
That's the part where previously I have pointed that out, and I have timestamps where, Hank Brennan is knowingly eliciting false testimony, which is he should get in trouble with the bar for that. Fender, what I was saying was, as far as your comment about the difference between a CV and a resume, I was like, what's the difference? Because I don't think I feel like I've looked that up for a long time. I don't know off the top of my head. I was wondering if you could tell us what the difference is.
And the way he tried to get himself out of that was to say he copied and pasted from a previous report. And like Matt Johnson said, they were writing notes today, the jury. They were listening to what was going on. And that goes all against his credibility. And he might have good data points, but they're not going to believe them based off the lies that were exposed today in court.
Kevin, before we hear from you, I want to play a little bit of that cross-examination, and then I want you to tell us what you think about the credibility of this very important expert.
When you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing.
And we have one more soundbite we want to play after that. Let's take a listen.
Are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case.
Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
All right, Kevin, what do you think of his credibility? And do you think he is actually pursuing that degree, or is that just an easy way to, kind of skirt around it a little bit here?
Well, let's put ourselves in the seat of the only seat that matters, the jurors, okay? This is, and I think even Nick would admit there, this evidence presented today was the bulletproof, most important evidence in the case. It establishes with the data beyond a doubt what happened. Now, for the defense to win, they have to overcome that. But yet for 2 days, we've heard hours going after the guy's resume.
Wow. Craziness.
That presents a message to the juror, in my view, of weakness.
Wow.
He didn't challenge any of this data. All you did was challenge stuff about whether or not he's actually pursuing a
Blatantly false what he's saying.
degree and did he properly represent that. You go after it to a degree, but when you keep going after it over and over, even on recross, it looks like you have nothing else to go to. And I think it's the way it's going to come across to a jury. These jerk people in the jury, they're not people that, for the most part, probably had four-year colleges that their parents funded the whole thing. They're working people that understand that their qualifications for the job, they learned on the job. That's how most people are nowadays. And this isn't a medical field. So I think that they went so far that this ended up damaging, in my view, we'll never know until the jury speak, but this ended up damaging the defense because it looked like they had no argument.
Interesting. All right, everyone stay where you are. Insiders are staying with us. When we come back, when do the experts think this trigger event actually occurred? Plus, coming up next hour. Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, the retrial of the century continues.
I guess there's people, when Vinny has people on, I guess he tries to have people that have differing viewpoints because I guess it makes for more, interesting discussion, and B, it that way all viewers can be happy, I guess, maybe. I mean, I don't know. As you guys always hear me say, I don't think that there's any benefit to being okay, what am I saying? I don't think there's any benefit to having an echo chamber, right? So in other words, while we were just listening to that dude and I was like, what he's saying is blatantly false. And I was referencing there, he was saying that all they did was talk about the CV and they didn't challenge the data. That's blatantly false. However, I appreciate hearing, in other words, because sometimes I say it out loud, I'm asking myself, how can someone the question that I would have is how could the jury not think this dude is a complete clown, right? Right. So having listened to that dude who was just talking, he answers that question, which is clearly there's mental gymnastics that people can have that can do it. And so that's good to know, right? Sometimes hearing those other perspectives, again, if trying to figure out what the jury possibly could be thinking. And it's so hard for me to even answer that when it comes to the jurors who would find her guilty, that I really do need that help in order to even figure out how they could even be thinking that. So anyway, I think most people think that lying about your qualifications is bad. But the thing that this dude was saying, the bigger takeaway that I think he had was, for me anyway, was that the jury might be viewing it as a distraction. And that's what he said. He said that he thought it was a distraction. It showed weakness. So he viewed that as because they were asking all those questions about CV, that it's a sign of weakness because they're going after that and not the data. Like I said, they do go after the data, but they also go after the CV. So anyway, right? For real. Let's see what they talk about next.
That event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words, in his own slide occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
You describe what you believe Mr. DiSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
All right, some interesting testimony from one expert about two other experts in this case. And we're all talking about this trigger event, which we all are presuming to be the collision when Karen Reed puts the car in reverse and when, according to prosecutors, she allegedly strikes John O'Keefe. Take a look at this chart, because I just want you to visualize this with these three experts who were discussed today. You have Shanon Burgess. He was the one who testified. He's talking about a text stream event.
Oh, so we did not know much about this Mr. DiSogra until the other day. Like I'd never heard his name. He's a young fellow, isn't he? Maybe he might be kind of handsome. I'm gonna Google him.
And he says it's between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12 a.m. A man who works with him, Dr. Judson Welcher, calls it an infotainment trigger event. And in his report, it was 12:31:38 a.m. Then we have a defense expert, Matthew DiSogra, but we don't know the times yet. All we heard is that Shanon Burgess said that he did it wrong. He got the math wrong, but we don't know what those times are. So what's going on here? Let's bring back in our insiders, Joseph Krasky Jr., Kevin Lenahan, Karen Reed supporter Nick Rocco, and I believe Wayne Dennison is with us now as well. Wayne, are you with us?
Yep, I'm with you.
Great to see you. Okay, everyone's in place. All right,
You're
Kevin.
late, Wayne.
All right, Kevin, I know this is your issue, so I want to start with you on this. Explain, make it make sense to the folks at home if you have two experts working for the same company that have two different times, and you've got a jury sitting there like, okay, they line up once you move them. Like, why, what's going on here? Explain that, please.
Well, and I would prefer not to use words like moved or manipulated. I would prefer to use the actual word used by the witness today, which was adjusted, as in there's a time variance. So what we have to understand is that the black box data, the vehicle data, does not have a timestamp. It has a running clock within it, but it is able to create timestamps by accessing the infotainment system. But those are not really accurate, like, say, for instance, Waze data and location data on your phone. So it has to adjust those things periodically, or they have to be adjusted later on.
Okay, hang on. We're gonna take a break from him. So I found the dude. So here's the dude. Just check it out, guys. So he's actually in North Carolina, which is where I am, as you guys know. So he got a degree from UNC Charlotte, and he's licensed in North Carolina. And also, so this Delta place where he works has multiple locations, but it looks like their primary one is in North Carolina. So he's in North Carolina. And that's the same picture actually that Vinny had. So there we go. Director of Engineering, EDR Services. Assessing and interpreting heavy vehicle event data recorders. Cool. You guys think he's handsome? So y'all that were shipping me and Dr. Wolf last trial, and then we found out he was married. Maybe this dude's single and actually lives in North Carolina, lives in my state. So maybe you guys will decide. Just joking. Who knows? Sometimes they have these pictures on these different things, and it's like a picture from like 20 years prior. So we'll see what he looks like in person. But yeah, he's handsome, right? Though in the picture. Fender, are you still listening? Because Fender is one of you guys, one of the girlfriends who was shipping me and Dr. Wolf last year. So anyway, okay, now we can go back to the thingy.
By the analyst.
Oh,
and what they determined, what the variance here was from 21 to 29 seconds. So nothing was manipulated or forced into it. It's just a matter of adjusting that. And the most important thing to remember here is that this vehicle data, as Joe pointed out, is not something that could have been manipulated by the prosecution, by the troopers, because they were unaware. It correlates so perfectly. The key word is correlation with John's phone. That correlation is airtight, and there's no way that they could have manipulated it.
You know what's really funny is whenever they've been talking about this Mr. DiSogra, and people have been pronouncing his name all different ways, and I'd never seen it actually spelled out until now. But like we didn't really know much about him, but we know that he has this report and the PowerPoint or whatever, and that came up with Mr. Burgess. And anyway, for some reason, just for whatever, like I don't know why, I was picturing an old dude. So it's just really funny that like whenever I would hear that name, I kept thinking of like an old dude, and that's totally not what it is. It's just funny.
Because they weren't even aware of it. Troopers Paul, who initially did the vehicle reconstruction, did not have access to John's phone data, and Trooper Garina, who had John's phone data, did not have access to the vehicle data. They were, and as far as we can tell, Adam Lally, the previous prosecutor, all of these people were completely oblivious.
Let me.
Vinny's like, I'm done hearing you talk.
Let me get Wayne in the conversation. So, Wayne, will the jury buy it? This time adjustment?
Well, I think adjustment is a word that Kevin wants to use, but I think you're going to hear other words, and I think manipulation is the kind of word you're going to hear. I think you're probably going to hear that correlation does not imply causation, and ultimately you're into a battle of experts, and this expert has credentials that are at least questionable.
Yeah, we talked
well said, Dennison.
about that. All right, Joseph, I know last week in Dedham, you were explaining all this to me. I understand the theory of it. Do you think that a jury in Norfolk County is going to say, okay, that's fine, you can adjust the time?
Yes, this is really easy to understand. At 12:12.
I mean, you got to hand it to Vinny for being able to find people like this that will say these things. It's wild because he's a criminal defense attorney, and he's on the what's his face train, the Mr. DePietro train.
Well, there's a key cycle showing that Karen Reed turned her Lexus on. That's corroborated by video from the waterfall. Karen Reed in her video clip said they drove by Fairview accidentally and did a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. At the end of the 3-point turn, 12:23:38, the infotainment center timestamps the Lexus. At the same exact time, John O'Keefe's phone is 29 seconds ahead. It's not manipulation. It's the actual timestamps from both devices. Go to 34 Fairview. The car is still in reverse at 12:31:43. At 12.
Yeah, this dude's voice annoys me too much. I'm going ahead.
In cases all the time, manipulate and manufacture is the luckiest.
Better than Shannon Burgess did, but unfortunately, the jury had to hear Shannon explain it, and he did a very bad job at doing that. So I don't think they're necessarily they might take a little bit from it, but they're not going to get the full extent of how someone else might lay this out. And the unfortunate thing for them is you have one expert from Aperture saying it happened at 12:31 and 38 seconds, and the other one saying, well, you have to move the clocks. So we're going to have to wait to hear what Welcher says when he gets on the stand, if he agrees that, yes, we have to move the clocks, but he did not create a new report for this. The only one that created the new report was Burgess.
Mm-hmm.
And why didn't Welcher create a new report? Does he not stand behind it, or is he just going to testify to it? So that's something we're going to have to wait to find out.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is, how did the jury take it today? And I don't think it was received well enough to them to understand what they were trying to put out.
All right, we've got more to get.
By the way, have you guys heard rumblings that they're not going to call Judd Welcher?
That too.
The Commonwealth.
Take a look at what happened yesterday.
Oh shit! I didn't. Okay, we covered the document about this. There was more than one. I didn't know there was video. So in the filing, she says it was on video. I didn't know that we could watch the video. Hold on. What? Holy crap. I'm so glad. Wow. So glad I clicked on this CourtTV video because I had no idea. So that's Erica Walsh.
You saw her put her hands behind her back, but she wasn't arrested. Well, take a look at what happened yesterday.
Unbelievable. With 3 troopers walking her like she's a danger. Just wow. Oh, so for anyone who is like, wait, who is this? This is the one, Erica Walsh, who was wearing that hoodie that said something about criminals in Norfolk County or whatever. But we read all his filings, and that's the video that was referenced. Holy shit. Look at them escorting her like this. She's already handcuffed, and they've got a trooper on each side and one trailing behind. Unbelievable. Oh my God.
So this time she was arrested, and she confirmed to CourtTV that she was arrested wearing the same sweatshirt that was seen in that first video from last week. And she said she'll provide an official comment at a later date. I want to review Judge Canoni buffer zone order, an updated one, because the federal court said, listen, you got to get more specific in all of it. Let's take a look real quickly.
We covered this, and the updated one was even more vague than the first one. So that was, I wonder what
the big parts of this are noisy protests are prohibited within the buffer zone. The display of written or graphic materials are prohibited from within the buffer zone, but quiet off-site demonstrations on public property are specifically outside the scope of the buffer zone restrictions. And we've seen, I believe, more people congregating in the buffer zone, but without the signs and without making noise. Nick, Rocco, what happened here, and how are
he was there, so this will be interesting.
Things going for the folks, the Karen Reed supporters who have been outside down on Main Street?
So majority of the people that are still holding signs are outside the 200-foot buffer zone. The people that you see outside are the ones that don't have any signs and things of that nature. But actually today, Mark Randazza, who has been doing the buffer zone for everybody in the court, had a hearing, I believe it was at 3 o'clock, and it was while Karen's case was going on. And he presented a case in front of the judge to get rid of the buffer zone, because now this is getting to a point where you can't stand on a sidewalk that has, you have words on your shirt and you're getting arrested for this. And then on the 22nd, they're going to be back in federal court in front of the federal judge also to try to get this wiped away, because obviously Judge Beverly Canoni's orders and adjustments of this order is not constitutional.
Wayne Dennison, your thoughts?
I agree with Nick. I think there's a real constitutional problem with this bar with respect to signs and with respect to graphic detail. This is free speech we're talking about, and I don't see any problem with holding a sign. And I think that portion of the order is really suspect and is going to get some very close scrutiny.
Kevin Lenahan, I was up there last week, and with the buffer zone, you didn't have people there, but people outside the buffer zone. I didn't see the support that we started to see at the
other thing. So the jurors have, my understanding is the jurors have their own entrance and exit. So they're not even coming in this way. So the only way that I as far as not wanting to have any issues, the only thing I could imagine that could be problematic is like if the jury is deliberating, and there's people yelling right outside the jury window. That's a problem, right? Because they could be yelling anything, and the point being, the jury should be free from outside influences, right? I do agree with that. And so to the extent that, wherever they're deliberating, there's a window right there or whatever, right? And they can hear people yelling things at them. I would say that to me could be a problem, although we're not there yet this year. in terms of obviously deliberating. I'm sure when they're in the courtroom, they couldn't hear people outside. But my point is that that's the only situation where I could see it. If the concern is just to protect the jury, right? And the jury at this is using a different entrance and exit to get to the courthouse, and they're not seeing any of this. And if people, even if people were yelling at this point, but the jury at this juncture is in the courtroom, inside the courthouse. In other words, literally the jury would not, there's no way they could even be exposed to whatever's going on outside the courthouse, right? Then the only thing that I could see being plausible in terms of any restrictions would only come when it's time for deliberations. And it would only be as it pertains to making loud noises or shouting things, because the jury, from my understanding, is not going to see, no matter what people are wearing or what signs they're holding. It seems like the jury's not going to see that no matter what. The only thing is maybe they could hear them when they're deliberating, right? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That's my understanding, is like, this is all, you know, the jury's not seeing this. So,
the end of the first.
In other words, this is, in other words, it just seems like a First Amendment infringement, but without any purpose. And like, obviously there's a different reason that this is happening. And it's just to keep people from saying they don't like what's going on, right? Because any actual reasons to protect the jury aren't valid at this point, to my understanding.
First trial. For the other side of all of this, what do you suspect is going on there?
Well, I think just it helps to imagine here that if this crowd, which is majority free Karen Reed out there over the last couple of years, what if they were the opposite? What if they were a vigilante crowd that was calling to string up the neck of the defendant? That would be highly inappropriate for them to be out there interfering with the fair trial of that defendant. And
okay, well, see, this dude just wrote a book on Karen Reed and doesn't know anything. I'm gonna go ahead and tear him apart. Yeah. The defendant, oh, dude, clearly he doesn't understand how it works. That it's the defendant who has rights in a criminal trial. The Commonwealth doesn't have rights. The defendant has rights. And anything that is prejudicial to the defendant is a huge problem. So you can't just say that they're both equal. He's saying, just what if the shoe's on the other foot? Not equal. Don't care. Doesn't matter. You're dumb.
and that's what's maybe getting lost here.
Yeah.
The First Amendment does not apply to a trial. That's why you can't have people inside the courtroom with signs and stuff like that. So I think the judges, all of her orders here have been completely reasonable to ensure a fair trial. Everybody deserves a fair trial. The state, Karen Reed, everybody.
No, the only person who deserves a fair trial is the defendant. But the way he says that is funny. The state, Karen Reed, everybody. Who else? Who else do you think is on trial here? Are you talking about the McAlberts? I mean, he's talking about this trial, right? The state, Karen Reed, everybody. Who else do you think is involved here? There's only one defendant, and that one defendant is the only one that has any rights. Ugh.
And there's no need for having commotions outside the courthouse that can be heard and seen, and it could intimidate the jurors. And
Heard and seen, right? So again, if they're not coming that way to get into the courthouse, they're not going to be seen. The only potential issue would be if they were heard. I mean, that's the only way that I could see, you know. And the thing is like, but again, that would be only in a very narrow situation. Like if they could hear people, and again, so Needs and Sees was saying that wasn't true about being able to hear things. I'm just saying, if that were true, like if it's potentially that if you're deliberating and it's quiet because you're deliberating, and if you could hear things, that would be the only situation where I could see there being a distance, you know, or go and stand and just, you know, go somewhere else, go down to the other side. And you know what I mean? It's like, if I'm trying to picture, it's like if people are like literally right underneath the window, picturing a window with a and if they're like right underneath the window and they're like yelling at the top of their, or maybe there's a megaphone, I don't know. And if you could hear it, I could see that being the only situation where any type of intervening might be appropriate, right? But in other words, not until then, and only if those circumstances all happen, would it even be appropriate to me. But that's if all those things would be the case, right? Like if people were loud enough and the jurors could hear them when they're deliberating.
The witnesses.
Joseph Krasky Jr., your thoughts? Is this the least restrictive means to control things in Dedham?
And that's exactly why, right? Least restrictive means. So if there's no means necessary now, there shouldn't be any.
Sure, the proper suspension of justice.
So I understand where Judge Canoni was coming from, right? Given the first trial, but I have to say it might be at this point an overcompensation, and it might be unnecessarily vague that you cannot have any graphic materials. I also want to say the 2 times I've been there, people seem to be behaving and according themselves quite well from both sides. What we just saw on the screen today, if I'm going to be nonpartisan in this, makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable. Someone being arrested for trespassing.
A little bit uncomfortable?
On a public sidewalk because they have something written on the back of the sweatshirt. So it was well intentioned. I mean, people were being heckled. There was some really references that could have been perceived to be threats being made at the first trial from both sides. So I understand, but perhaps it's time to take a second look at it and adjust things.
All right. We're out of time for tonight, but a big thank you, Joseph Krowski Jr., Nick Rocco, Wayne Dennison. Glad we got you in. And
okay, so he's going to do, you know what, though? I think I just saw, hold on, let me take a look. I think I actually see a new document here. Yeah, we got a new document, actually, as it pertains to the buffer zone, speaking of which. Okay, let me just get this pulled up. Okay. All right. So this was just filed on May 22nd. So this is literally the Randazza, or however you say that, Randazza. Okay. So plaintiff supplemental exhibit and commentary thereupon in support of preliminary injunction. All right. The court is aware that Judge Canoni did little in her supplemental order to change things except to create a phantom process review of whether or not certain actions violate her buffer zone order. That is all. She created a limited review procedure to address only one question upon review. Does this speech violate my buffer zone? Three requests for review were filed under this cabined procedure heard by Honorable Michael Doolin of the Norfolk County Superior Court. He called 2 balls and a strike with a footnote. And that says the Norfolk County judge called a strike against a shirt that said criminals control Norfolk County and said that this shirt could not be worn within 200 feet of the Norfolk County courthouse without violating the buffer zone. And then see Exhibit A. But the review procedure does not provide for constitutional review nor for the granting of any form of actual relief, nor is there any opportunity to present testimony or confront extrajudicial assertions. Thus, this honorable court still has its work cut out for it with respect to providing injunctive relief and applying the law. On May 19th, Jason Grant, Thomas DeRosier, and Erica Walsh each made a request to the Norfolk County Superior Court for relief. There was a hearing in which no evidence was able to be presented where the Commonwealth declined to participate. The requesters had no opportunity to subpoena witnesses or confront adverse extrajudicial statements. In the proceeding, Judge Doolin refused to adjudicate fundamental and necessary questions. They were not part of the procedure. It says if a trial court judge is going to negatively impact federally protected First Amendment rights outside of her courthouse, from where does she derive this power? No power to answer this question. How can she adjudicate the rights of non-parties over whom she lacks personal jurisdiction? No power to answer this question. And how can she have done so without notice to them in a pre-deprivation hearing? No power to answer this question. What are the First Amendment implications of the application of the buffer zone? No power to answer this question. Wow. Yeah, I was shocked also, Needs and Z's. So that dude, I'm sure you're referring to that attorney Krowski. Yeah, he was, we watched some videos, I think, before you were here. He was on another one and I was like, oh, wow, yeah. But no, he was fair on that answer. So, or somewhat more fair than I would have expected. This honorable court must answer these questions. If Judge Canoni lacks dominion over First Amendment protected activity outside of her courthouse, then all of the other questions in this case are moot. The buffer zone is invalid. It must be enjoined. Footnote 2. This would not leave the cause of limiting undue influence unattended. These other statutes already create a buffer zone that encompasses the entire Commonwealth from North Adams to Northampton to Natick to Nantucket. If the requisite mens rea and actus reus are established, Judge Canoni's buffer zone is, however, expands those laws to simply banning criticism of the government as an apparent strict liability offense. Same too with the other related due process questions. Judge Doolin refused to entertain argument that the buffer zone was imposed without due process. He did not permit the slightest challenge to its imposition. Judge Doolin acknowledged that the petitioners asked these questions, yet he refused to answer them. Instead, he stated, quote, the petitioners request that the court invalidate the buffer zone order in its entirety. This court declines to do so for the reasons given in the original buffer zone order as revised. In other words, since the buffer zone order creates the process, the buffer zone order itself is justification for the existence of the buffer zone. Wow. Wow. It's like the snake eating its tail. However, the original and as revised buffer zone order never addressed these issues. It just sprang into existence from a state court judge doing the bidding of an out-of-control district attorney's office, and it now relies on itself as justification for its existence. Yeah, that's wild. It is as if law review article, it is as if a law review article proposed the most ludicrous propositions and every citation was a footnote citing supra. If this is how things work, then the 14th Amendment has been extinguished in Massachusetts. This honorable court must reignite it. The buffer zone is invalid, and again, the rest of its questions are moot. By the reasoning of the Norfolk Superior Court, this honorable court can apparently stop a citizen from renting a room at the Envoy Hotel and putting a sign in the window that says, criminals control Massachusetts. It does not. The court should rescue the rule of law from the darkness of the government's unchecked desire to quash dissent. The state court review procedure not only failed to do anything, but purportedly answer a single question about any action before it. Quote, does this violate the buffer zone? But it also fails to do what this honorable court has within its responsibilities, which is to provide prospective relief. Judge Doolin, in response to Mr. DeRossier's request for review, found that filming on a public street was not a violation of the buffer zone order. There is no provision for finding a First Amendment right to do so, whether it violates the zone or not. There's no prospective relief available. There are no damages available. The procedure allowed Mr. DeRossier nothing except the answer to the question, does filming violate the buffer zone? Plaintiffs do not care if it violates the buffer zone order or not. The Massachusetts State Police need to be told that it violates the First Amendment to shut down the press because they are upset at press coverage. The government was told in these other cases, but maybe the third time will be the charm. Let's see what that says. Oh, those are federal cases. Okay. I see what he's saying. So the government was told that in these other cases, as in told the thing he just referenced. But maybe the third time will be the charm. Judge Doolin in response. So that's interesting though, isn't it? Huh? Judge Doolin in response to plaintiff Jason Grant's request for review found that holding a sign that quoted 2 Corinthians did not violate the buffer zone. Same. Whether it does or not is not what plaintiffs asked this court to determine. Plaintiffs asked this court to determine whether holding up a Bible verse about freedom could be restricted consistent with the First Amendment, and if it could not, to enjoin such restriction. So what he's saying is he's saying that the plaintiff's question is, does this violate the First Amendment? But the answer that they're being given instead is swapping it out with, does this violate the buffer zone? It's like what's the word? A false equivalency. That's the thing. A false equivalency. They're asking, does it violate the First Amendment? And then it's, so you guys see what I mean? So it's like not about the buffer zone in terms of what the plaintiffs are asking of the court. The District of Massachusetts must say whether the buffer zone order itself can be used to quash religious speech. The Massachusetts State Police say it can. Judge Doolin says that it can't, but it is a close call. Ms. Mojo, what are you saying no about there? A citizen should never have to go to court of any kind and ask, quote, may I hold up a Bible verse in advance of doing so? Judge Canoni simply created a licensing procedure where her benchmate gets to look at speech, consider its content and license it, or deny the license on the basis of content and apparently whether it offends him or not. It is a classic prior restraint. Moreover, to the extent the prior buffer zone order was deemed content neutral, which plaintiffs respectfully suggest was error, the buffer zone is now explicitly content-based. Judge Canoni's actions to try to preserve the buffer zone wiped away any vestigial argument that it was not content nor viewpoint-based. The new procedure requires another judge to weigh the content of the speech and the viewpoint of the speaker. Right, and that was one of the things that annoyed me, because one of the things in the buffer zone is like I said, it's like speculation, right? It's like what they intended it to mean, how they intended it to be perceived, or what they intended it to mean. It's like, what the hell is this? Why are you confused, Miss Mojo? So it requires another judge to weigh the content of the speech and the viewpoint of the speaker, insane, to determine whether it violates the buffer zone. The buffer zone advocates could previously attempt to claim that it was not content-based. Now the mask is off, and the viewpoint discrimination that was intended by the Commonwealth and endorsed by Judge Canoni has shown its hideous face. If the Bible verse did not have the word freedom in it, for example, Judge Doolin would have not declared it a close call. As it is now facially content and viewpoint-based, the procedure does not allow for any level of scrutiny, much less strict scrutiny, let alone a prospective injunction against further restrictions on plaintiff grants speech. Far from offering any relief at all, the supplemental order review is simply a quasi-declaratory decision that, when examining the parameters of the buffer zone order, these particular actions do not violate it. If the only consequence is to tell them these people did not violate the buffer zone's parameters, then what point is the relief? Grant and DeRosier and other citizens need injunctive relief to restore their First Amendment rights and against the Massachusetts State Police and especially Trooper Hardman. With respect to Erica Walsh, this is where the buffer zone order truly unravels. Freedom of expression is left to die in the cold. I'm sure that was intentional there with the die in the cold. Walsh is the plaintiff in Walsh v. Noble. She has not yet sought injunctive relief, as action here would obviate the need for her to do so, and given stays in her related proceedings, would have been a waste of resources to file yet another request for injunctive relief just to have it stayed. And given that she sued the MSP, one would have assumed that they would have at least awaited a decision on the motion for preliminary injunction here before acting the way they did, throwing a citizen into a cage for wearing a shirt that criticized the government. But they simply could not help themselves. We now have a retaliatory arrest and determination made in the absence of evidence, relying entirely on hearsay and supposition that a sweatshirt that said criminals control Norfolk County did violate the buffer zone, but no determination at all as to her First Amendment rights. I literally was like, I wonder if he's going to next mention the First Amendment rights. And there it is. Her First Amendment rights, buffer zone or not, because that is all the process allows for. Did the shirt violate the zone? Judge Doolin should have recused himself if he was going to take umbrage at the fact that the message was partially directed to him as a Norfolk judge. He asserted, quote, Walsh was standing in close proximity to the courthouse, end quote, without assessing the facts. She was in front of another building entirely, but Judge Doolin felt that a shirt that he interprets as criticizing him was impermissible. So here we are. Wow. Similarly, he stated that she was, quote, within the line of sight of trial participants, but end quote. But that fact, in scare quotes, had no support in the record. She was way out of sight of any Reed trial participants. Footnote 5. Even if her shirt could have been seen, then Judge Canoni's narrow tailoring should have been in order to close the blinds in the courtroom, not to arrest Erica Walsh. Great point. This position was not even argued by the Commonwealth. He had no foundation on which to assess her intent. Footnote 6. Yeah, again, that whole thing is crazy. Notably, by inventing a, quote, review, end quote, procedure, Judge Canoni has created a Fifth Amendment trap. Oh, shit. She has incentivized Hardman and other MSP officers to arrest and charge citizens to make the review procedure unusable. Oh, fucking hell. Wow. That's right. That's true. Wow. That's a great point. If they are arrested, then they have the Fifth Amendment and then they can't do a review. Holy shit. Oh my God. Plaintiffs do not seek this court to act as a court to appeal the determination that the shirt violated the buffer zone, despite First Amendment, right? Despite the numerous factual and legal infirmities in Judge Doolin's decision. But, and in bold, if a shirt that says criminals control Norfolk County violates the Norfolk County buffer zone, then the buffer zone is invalid under the First Amendment. This court does not define the contours of the buffer zone order. This court need not define the contours of the buffer zone order to assess whether it includes protected speech. The defendants have themselves defined its contours and proudly decreed that the buffer zone prohibits obviously protected speech. The defendants interpret the buffer zone to bar the wearing of a sweatshirt that says criminals control Norfolk County. If that is a violation of the buffer zone, then the buffer zone is so unconstitutional that it should burst into flames before the spirits of James Madison, to Oliver Wendell Holmes, to William Brennan have the opportunity to burst into tears at what has become of the Bill of Rights. Whether criminals control Norfolk County is an open question. Ooh, shit. Let me read that again. What he's basically saying is like whether or not, right? Whether criminals control Norfolk County is an open question. The Massachusetts State Police sure act like the answer is yes, the criminals are in control. This court has the right, responsibility, and privilege to restore constitutional order. This court will send a message to authoritarians one way or the other today. America has always been an experiment. The unconstrained actions of the police enforcing the buffer zone fail that experiment. The information is all in. The tests are done. It is time to pronounce the experiment of liberty is a success and strike down the buffer zone and handcuff its unconstitutional enforcement. Wow. Very, very, very interesting and well said, and also spicy, which is great. We love spice in these documents. So yeah, there it is. So that'll be it for this one, guys. We will be keeping an eye out for any more court filings here. Up next, in terms of live streams, we should have another Brian Koberger here soon. And then also another Murdoch here soon, as well as get caught up to speed on the Shannon Gardner case over the weekend. And while we wait until Tuesday for court for Karen Reed. So we've got plenty of stuff going on. So yeah, but that'll be it for this one, guys. So as always, thanks for being here and being awesome, amazing squirrels and people squirrels. Love y'all, and I'll see you guys next time.